Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, June the 22nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Roberg. That means got a couple of yeses, means you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. So, a tale of 2 days. We have a big gap down day after a big gap up day yesterday. So oil getting closer to 100. So when we look at the sector status, I'm almost for sure 100% of those stocks that make up XLE will be down from yesterday's close. So what else is happening? OBCY, in case you're wondering, OBCI is a buyout. So I'm not really going to mention it, but OBCI is a buyout. Revlon, yeah, Revlon. My goodness, again, Revlon, REV, up 28%, 14 million shares. So it's double the float so far. Disaster, ATHA, big disaster here. Unfortunately, they phase 2, their lead asset fails in Alzheimer's trial, unfortunately. So they have just been clobbered here, down 68%. A lot of volume. All-time low now for ATHA. Probably the only drug in their pipeline. MFGP. So a gap down on no news that I can see. No specific. Actually, I'm wrong. This is an earnings play. Do I have it as an E-gap? Yeah, I do. I'm sorry. This is an earnings play. So this is almost a lifetime low now for MFGP. Now this is pulled way back, but I guess I should mention it. DTIL, well, pulled back from the after hours high. So DTIL after hours, that mauve area right here, got up to about 350, pulled way back, still up 10%. Stifle has maintained a buy rating on them. And Box D continues a little bit of its recovery. Box D, BOXD up 8%. A lot of volume, 2.7 million. NEPT is a gap down on a financing, $5 million financing, NEPT. Another one at an all-time low, NEPT. Lazy Boy is an earnings play. LZB is an earnings play. Nice little pop for Lazy Boy. Now this had low volume. Let me check the volume right now. LBPS. Another one, all-time low. Yeah, the volume is really low. I don't know what the news is on it, but all-time low for LBPS. I think this is another one that gapped up, but it really pulled back. It's still up a decent percent. DNAY. Yeah, it's still up 19%, a lot of volume. But, at one point this was up to 428. So it is pulled back up like a big chunk of that. And TBLA, I'm kind of scrounging here, guys. I don't see too much, but TBLA, another one, it's a low float situation. Sorry, low float, low volume. Actually, it's not a low float at all, 121 million. And Needham predicting Taboola shares to double. So that is the reason, I guess. Big pop after hours. I guess they must have done that after hours, but up to $3. But we were in a gap down day so far, so not really looking like Lazy Boy for me. Lazy Boy, LZB. Well, it's already faded. 25.83, got up to 25.83 after hours yesterday. That's when it released earnings. One other one to mention, USWS looks like this is a buyout. Trading higher after ProFrac announced it will acquire the company for approximately $1.21 a share. So before you start saying, well, listen, it's only at $1 right now, why don't I buy it? Because it's going to get to $1.21? Not necessarily. So, and it's an all stock deal. This is not a cash deal. So tied to stock price. And I'm looking at a lot of energy stocks just getting a little bit beaten up now. HAL, Oxy, Board, DVN, MRO, SLB, lots of energy stocks just being beaten up. Now that, let's take a look at oil right now. When I looked, it was getting closer and closer to $100. All right, so here we go. So 102 for WTI, 108 for Brent. So we're getting closer, down $6. Wow, $6 in both. So we're getting closer. Yeah, the tax thing, yeah, with the tax thing, oil tax thing, yes, it could certainly have something to do with it. So what I'm doing right now, just looking for things that might, I think we have an error here. WKEY says it's down 51%, but well, okay, it's definitely faded. Looks like we had it up here, but I'm looking at our daily chart and it looks like it closed around $1.24. So I'm not quite sure what the deal is on WKEY. I know they announced some guidance, expects revenue growth to accelerate. And of course, Bitcoin, BITO is down. BITO ETF. Yeah, Revlon's holding that not definitely holding it, but it's holding it for now. $8 REV. The next high looking left on the monthly chart looks like it's around 859. Is that right? Yeah, 859 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. On the weekly chart, it is. Yeah, so that 859 in both the monthly and the weekly chart look like the next highs for Revlon, REV. Well, it's definitely accelerating now. Decent volume coming in also to REV. So that was the spruce short. Okay, I did see that. I saw the email last night. Their teaser email. So it's GNRC. Okay, thank you, Zach. But again, you don't like spruce short. Spruce short. You don't like spruce. Yeah, the market helps. Yes. So this is what Zach is talking about. I'm not going to read the full article, but sees a 40 to 50% downside risk. This is Spruce Point, big short seller, comes out with these teasers usually the night before in an email saying, hey, we got one for you tomorrow. So this is it. All right, guys, 9/11. So let me just check to see if briefing.com has delivered to my email the upgrades and downgrades this morning. About an equal list in terms of upgrades and downgrades. Just a couple more of the upgrades to get through. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com this morning. I got the downgrades in now. Don't see any multiple downgrades. In other words, I don't see the same stock being downgraded by different firms. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Yeah, I had BAT. You're mentioning BAT, BHAT. It's blue hat, right? Is it under a dollar again? Yeah, that's why yeah, it had that big pop up to $1.19, came back down underneath a dollar. So I thought, you know what? Let's wait and see if it gets over a dollar again. Yeah, I don't think I can't remember if there were shorts yesterday for Revlon. I really can't remember. Certainly not right now, anyway. Not that you really, really wanted to short Revlon yesterday. You would have been on the wrong side most of the day. So this is definitely a day in which I'm going to sit in my hands for probably the first 15 minutes. Very eager to see what the races bring today. I'm, again, guys, I'm almost almost to the point where I am exclusively going to be using the races now for my trading. I'm just finding it's a great hybrid between the alert windows and the top list windows. I'm going to start the races at 9:30, okay? And I can give it to you. I can give you basically what I'm looking at. This is the, let's say, biggest gainers from the open share. This is basically the race. So you can have this. I'm going to start it at 9:30. I just haven't got it started yet. You can start it now if you want. I'm actually running the races in the pre-market just to, look or to see some things that are moving that I wouldn't necessarily, eyes wouldn't necessarily see. I don't think it's a great benefit in the pre-market. I think of these energy plays. So let me take a look at the now. I guarantee energy is going to be 100%. Now let's take a look at the sectors. Major sectors is what I've just loaded from our toolbar. Go to the toolbar, channel bar, and there we go. So there's XLE. So what you're looking at here, these are the major sectors. This is XLE, the major ETF for energy. These stocks make up XLE. So what does 100% in the red mean? It means 100% of those stocks are down from yesterday's close. Well, I mean, Raj, as always, it's a matter of, when I see something winning a race, I'm always going to be checking the charts to see, does it have room still? So it's just that, I don't want to say that simple, but it is almost that simple. If it looks like it's got room, then I'll probably take the trade. If it doesn't, I won't. Room meaning when I look left on a daily, weekly, and a monthly chart, where is the next high if I'm looking to go long? So as you can see, there is no strong sector to start. And especially energy is just getting beaten up. But if we look at this in a different way in about, say, 10 o'clock, 10:15 or so, and we sort it on the change from the close, this could look very, very different. But right now, as I say, energy is not the sector to be in as we speak. Well, not every stock. I mean, for instance, if I'm seeing this one, I don't go down, I don't look at this stock down here as an example. Okay, I'm looking at the winners, the ones that are, up the most when the race starts. So I'm not looking down here. So if I see this TRHC, take a look what's happening. But again, I'm not sure it's a huge benefit in the pre-market. I thought I would just see what it looked like. So it's not one by one. So it's not like I go one by one every single stock that's in the list. Just concentrate on the ones that are winning. Best thing to do, Raj, is to practice in the simulator. You know, what I see and what you see may be two different things. And that's just not you, but others. So what I see, again, might be very different from what you were looking at. I mean, we may stare at the same chart, and I may see something that you don't see, or vice versa. Now, yesterday we had some awesome ones from the racing. However, The market was up a lot yesterday. I mean, we closed really, really strongly. So, I don't know. This is based on, stocks moving higher here. So I don't know what sort of result we're going to get today. We may not get the same sort of continuation. Now, I do have a race based on the biggest losers too, which you don't see. So I'll be keeping an eye on that. So, I mean, the biggest losers may be the way to go today. I don't know. I really don't know. We'll have to wait for the mark. Like, this GGE was awesome yesterday. I mean, look what it did. Got all the way. I mean, it cratered afterwards. Don't get me wrong. These are not usually. I shouldn't even say usually because there's don't have a lot of historics behind it. But you know, this one went from about $1.50 to 3 in a heartbeat. Within 15 minutes. It's not on my homepage yet, no. But you can have it. Here it is. Save it to the cloud. Save it to the cloud. I'm putting it in our YouTube. All right, guys, let's see. Revlon is still hanging around that 8 level. REV. A lot of energy stocks, just, and iron ore, like the mining stocks, energy stocks are getting beaten up this morning. China, KWeb is down. How much is it down? Yeah, 3%. So KWeb is down. So all those China stocks that looked so good yesterday, not so good today. You're glad you didn't take the trade of the week, right, Roger? It was awesome. I mean, the trigger was 60 and I got up to what, 60, 68 yesterday. I mean, how you trade these is up to you, but I mean, that was probably one of the best trades of the week that they've had. Well, even if you had held it, if you got in around 60, I mean, it's still 65. Oh, how you trade them is up to you, Roger. I mean, if I got into a stock at 60 and it hit 68 that same day, I'd be probably at least taking some out. You know, you there's no right or wrong. I mean, they're not designed for day trading, I mean, they're designed for longer term trades, but what if it gone up to 100? You know, so I know what I would have done. I didn't take the trade, but all I know is that if I got in around 60 and a stock got to 68, which is over 10%, I'd be taking some profit and then maybe trying to ride the rest. Yeah, so again, just getting back to, there's no hard and fast rule, for anything really. I mean, if the opportunity presents itself to make some money, do it. Whether you want to brand it as a day trade or a week-long trade or a swing trade. WKSP, I do see that popping. Yes, WKSP. At a Mississauga. Okay, yeah, Canadian company. If there's any specific reason, the company launched storefronts on Amazon, eBay, and Walmart Marketplace. So these are all marketplace storefronts. All right, guys, all I'm really looking at just to see if anything is sneaking in here in the actives up or the ones down. It was really interesting to see what Revlon does today. I mean, it's hanging at that 5 level, sorry, the 8 level. Yeah, so that's why, when I mentioned the USWS, $1.21. So it doesn't mean, oh, well, just obviously buy it at a dollar. This is an all stock transaction. So probably, does the other company, did they, after Profrac, let me just see if they even trade. PFHC, so PFHC is the company acquiring them, but it's tied to the share price, so it's not an all cash deal. All right, I'm going to get this race started here a couple of minutes before, about a minute before the market opens. All right, actually, guys, the SPY is having a bit of a rally here, just a bit of a rally. This little green bar forming just before the market opens. Yeah, we have less than a minute. I agree, Zach. Nothing really. The only thing I could look at is maybe Lazy Boy as a short, thinking that, it's going to, well, it already is. LZB, it's an earnings play. And of course, keeping an eye on Revlon. All right, and I'm hearing just a ton of energy stocks. All right, we're now open. We're now open. Okay, there's GMVD. I in the YouTube room mentioned GMVD. Just underneath $1. Now it's over $1. GMVD. High yesterday. Remember this one yesterday? Got up to $1.19. Yeah, Lazy Boy had good earnings. I mean, good reaction anyway. Real, by the way. But and we have our first halt of the day. And this is whoa, lumber liquid. Wow, look at so this used to be. Oh, I'm wrong. That's not lumber. No, LL is. So triple L, LLL just got halted. Very low float. Had earnings after hours. Didn't see it at all in the pre-market. Why? Because it didn't really do anything. So LLL just got halted. Yeah, the market's putting in a nice little rally, guys. Actually, there's a couple of green bars in a row now. Yeah, $5 million again. One of these companies, boy, they're really all these companies announcing these buybacks. These small companies, and as you say, also signing a $30 million sales agreement. So trying to pump that news out for sure. Monkeypox. SIGA guys, SIGA having a little bit of a pop here. SIGA. Boy, market's nice big green bar here. A lot of volume coming into SIGA also. Okay, guys, Revlon continues to hold this 8 level. Big volume coming in. 22 million, only 7 in the float. So this is going to trade the float again in a big way today. Yesterday it traded, what, 150 million shares? 186 million shares yesterday. Yeah, move for AMC here. Big move for AMC. Yeah, good catch, Zach, with that's vaping, right? Or the nicotine list or whatever they call it. I'm not a smoker, so, but yeah, definitely affecting Altria, MO, big tobacco company. Okay, GMVD approaching yesterday's high now, 118. Takes that out. What sort of room does it have on the monthly chart? 122 a couple of months ago, so that's a little bit close. That is a little bit better, 163 3 months ago. What are the little stars from yesterday? CMRA is still active. The high yesterday was 570. Wow, that's right, 570. So it is ways to go to get that, but that means it's got room. Now, double X, double I has got something to do with tobacco products, right? What do they do exactly? Plant life or plant-based solutions. So double X, double I. So maybe that's good news for them. Whatever happened with MO. Well, this is not going to be, let's see, 9:36:04. So this is going to be at least a 10-minute, well, probably a 10-minute halt now for LLL. Okay, well, that's why I held off on the JMVD because, it got close to yesterday's high, 118. I just don't think it's got a ton of room. A lot of volume coming in though. Just looking for something that has a lot more room to keep running. CDEV, guys, CDEV on the way down. CDEV, CDEV, energy play. Okay, guys, hope nobody tried to chase Revlon. REV now, these just dropped about 40 cents. That is REV. So I'm on a development version now of the program. So what they've added, you can see the price now. On the race, so you can see the price, you can see how much it's up. And I guess that 15 cents, I guess that is telling you the actual move. And this was just, again, I'm on a development version. Okay, WKSP. So again, launching on all these websites, Amazon, Walmart, in their marketplace. Amazon, eBay, Walmart marketplace. So that's their news for WKSP. All right, this XXII definitely, can't tell for sure, but I think this is benefiting from this MO news, XXII. Okay, LLL guys just opened. LLL just opened. Okay, how well can it hold two? Just watching it right around two. See if it reclaims two. Whoa! Look at Rev. Holy smokes! What a pop here! Almost $1, just like that. REV. And it got down to 752, right back up to 860. Big. What was that level? Was it 850 something? And just got halted. Rev just got halted. REV just got halted. 859, 859. So it's right at that level of 2 months ago. Okay, guys, triple L. I mean, the next high, the next high looking left is 215. What did it get to? It got to 215. You can kind of see if it can take that out. I mean, this could really run. So I'm just going to stick an alert around 218 for the triple L, and I want to see if it takes that out. Because then the next high, looking left on the monthly chart, is 276. So it just needs to take, in my opinion, just needs to take out this 215, and it could start a run. Well, just keep an eye on that triple L, guys. If it takes out 215 in any sort of big way, that could have a run. Again, this is not a recommendation to buy it. It's just kind of what I see. Meanwhile, XXII just ripping here. Yeah, maybe not going to work. Could give this just a little bit longer, the triple L. Come on. Okay, guys, we've got a little bit of a move here now. LLL. Okay, I'm going to declare this a mini winner. I've taken some off just in case, but this is the triple L. Remember, the next high looking left is what did I say that was? 275, 275. Not saying it's going to get there. Yeah, Rev opened, what did it open at? Rev opened at, so that's a wow, it's a huge drop. Oh, this is a scary one right now. It halted at 860. That's the first halt. That is a scary drop all the way down to 760, a dollar drop. All right, LLL out of nowhere. Great percentage moves. I mean, that's what I really look for. Ton of volume. Look at the volume. Yeah, no shorts for me for triple L. But I mean, I have my doubts it's going to get to 275. Well, you talk about a wild, wild trader here. Look at Rev. Low of 760, and then it popped all the way up to 9. Keep an eye on GGE, guys. I mean, this had that crazy run yesterday. It was brief, but profitable if you're able to get it. GGE got up to 297 or so, and all right, what else is happening on these things? PBTS, so that's no go. Again, the market now, so after a couple of nice green candles, putting in a bit of a red one now. Okay, all out of the triple L now, guys. All out. How close did it get? Yeah, so 246, so it didn't get that close. I was hoping it would get closer to the, we don't even have the 200 day. Are you sure? I mean, it looks like it's only started trading as triple L back here, so that 200 days, I guess it is. But it was at, 275. I was hoping we'd get up into the mid to high 50s, but didn't happen. But that's okay. Nice trade. Meanwhile, Rev is, I mean, I can't, I did not take it. Today I did not take it. That went late in the day yesterday, but I just, this is really, really erratic. So just be careful. Well, another new high for Rev. Now, Rev is at that 200 day. Rev is at the 200 day. 917, 923 now through it. Next high looking left is 995 on the monthly chart. Actually, guys, the market's putting in a beautiful recovery here. I mean, the Nas is not down that much anymore. This candle has about 7 minutes to close, so we've had almost 45 minutes straight up. Yeah, I agree, Zach. I was thinking the same thing. The next time we see some named stock that declares Chapter 11, we got to pile in. There's your winning strategy. The only two I can think of course, are Hertz and Revlon, but then we can all retire. You know what, Larry? I will. When I'm done this, I'm done trading. Meanwhile, my gosh, I mean, this is the one I did not take. The triple double X double I, double X double I. Did not take that one. Still really interested in the GGE, guys. The reason being is because it had that crazy move yesterday. The issue right now, it's kind of choppy, unfortunately. What did it get to after hours yesterday? It got up to 177 or so. Let me put an alert up there and see if it can take it out. So SPY's down about 10 right now. Look at this move. What a recovery. Well, double X, double I. The next high looking left is 241 on the. I'm too late. I mean, I'm just too darn late, fortunately. Off topic, William. Off topic, off topic, off topic. Gosh. Yeah, I feel foolish for missing this one. The double X, double I, really do. AMC's having a great little day here, guys. AMC, they won't leave it alone. I'm afraid to look at GME. 150? Not quite. Well, I'll call it, but I didn't take it. How's that? If others took it, that's great. That's fine. I was too wrapped up in the triple L. All right, COGT could be interesting. It's above yesterday's high. Really have to take out 10 for me to get interested. And the next high is 1015 and then 1089. So really 1015 COGT. It could get it running. Oh, I just cannot chase it. All right, so Zach, what do you think? MO, bad news on your bounce scanner? As you always say, though, be careful of a bounce when there's really some bad news. Look at box D, guys, on the move here. Box D is on the move. All right, let's take a look at LLL. This is maybe now more like a pullback play. Bit of a pullback play now for those of you who like the pullbacks. Watching this LLL, see if this is a nice pullback or is this going to fizzle out? Come on, do something. I'm looking at triple L. I want to see if it takes out 210 again. Excuse me. And maybe starts to run again after that, after this pullback. The other thing to do is remember to do the sort on put the winners at the top. So when you see something that's winning races all day long, it's a great watch list. Even if it's nothing's happening currently, just to click on it just to see what's happening. So what that one means is that this is won 3 races, X double X double I's won 2. So it's just going to rank them all day long. And again, for those of you saying, well, I don't like these cheap stock, that's okay. You can, put a different price range in. You can use this as a template, put a different price range in. If you want larger cap stocks, that's fine. And all it is, I mean, you just right click and I give this to you, but configure, and this is what it looks like. So, I mean, if you wanted something different price range, a high market cap, things like that, you just add some filters. So you can customize it more to what you like to see. Here's another little one. Phoenix Motor. What the heck? 395. So wow, this one is the only issue. Only issue is that the spread. Look at this one go though, guys. Spread's a little bit tough. Wow. XXII. That was the one. Not even a scalp trade really. You just could hold this one. I mean, look, there's really no major pullback. Is there any news on this one, PEV? I don't see any specific news. All right, guys, I took a little loss on that pullback for triple L. I had a couple cent gain, but I was looking for more, of course. So I might look at it again if it hits 210. Ugh, box D. I mean, I wanted this one, but I was a little bit late on it. I wanted this one. Boy, this PEV though, really interesting. Longer it holds this area, it's probably a low float. Yeah, another one, a crazy low float. 1.8 million in the float. It's a ton of room. Look at this. 650 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. Are you kidding me? I'm not saying it's getting there, but that's what traders, well, that's what this trader is looking at anyway. Ah, BOXD. Great, great move. I cannot lose sight of PEV, guys. Okay, I mean it's sort of resting right now. You know, some volume to pick up. But it's that crazy low float, 1.8 million in the float. All right, Triple L is coming back a little bit. It took a little loss on that pullback, but it is starting to come back a bit. You get interested if it takes out 214. Ah, boom. Look at PEV, guys. Give me one more. Yes. One more, one more. Okay, guys, I don't know what else to say. I mean, PEV is just, it was a little dicey on the spread, but the spread tightened to about 5 cents. But you've got to trade them. When I say trade them, what I mean, you've got to manage your exits, manage when you're going to take money out. I mean, PEV is such a low float, so you could get the rug could get yanked at any point. So Raj, you asked me earlier, what I mean, the whole thing with PEV is that when you look left, the next high was 650. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get anywhere close to it, but at least there's nothing blocking it on the chart. I think something's happened here. It's stopped. All right, guys. Don't have very much of the PEV left, but if it does want to explode again, I'll have some left. I mean, what did this got up to? What, almost 460 from that 415 level? It's all about the float. I mean, 1.8 million in the float. I mean, it's such a low float. You just have to be protective. At least that's how I view these. Now, of interest, my basic new high is right here. A lot of these are the ones that are winning races too. Yeah, Revlon is still really erratic. Trying to challenge that 200-day again, 917. All right. Now, what I'm really looking for now is some stock that, we haven't really seen, just making some kind of a move. I know you guys were talking about DTIL. Yeah, I mean, it's the same sort of thing. Looking left, 155, so it's above that. 177, so it's got a little bit of room, but if it could ever get through that, then 221. Just looking left, just keep looking left on a daily chart. Okay, now Triple L. Yeah, boy, I almost took it. You got to my, but it is a little bit choppy for me right now, this Triple L. Look at this market, 1, 2, 3, 4, almost a straight hour up. Tech is now, well, NAS is now positive. Dow is down a little. SPY is, basically flat. Wow, what a recovery. Well, we'll see in 45 minutes, Frank. Leo's talking about blue. Somebody else mentioned, I think Zach mentioned blue also earlier. Yeah, I mean, it's not showing up in my the top list for some reason, but meanwhile, that little piece I got left at PEV, look at it go. Look at it go. And now Rev just making another new high, almost at that 10 level again, through the 200-day in a big way again. Look at this market. I don't think I've seen this one before, guys, either. I don't think I've seen PEV before. It started trading as PEV back here. I don't know if this is a an IPO or was it a SPAC? I don't really recall seeing it. So it was an IPO? A true IPO, wasn't a SPAC? Okay, thank you, John. So it was just a cheap IPO and with very few shares. Okay, that's it for me and the PEV, guys. That is it for me and the PEV. As we were talking about it, got all the way up to 477. So that is it for me. So I'd love to see some new guy just show up here out of nowhere. This one had a great day yesterday. Macrogenics, MGNX. It was actually an AI trade, AI alert. Did pretty well. But you see, the problem is if you look at a daily chart, look at all the potential resistance. So I'm just not that interested in it, unfortunately. If this hadn't been here, all right, guys, I'm just really, how's that box D? Is it kind of holding that two level? So again, looking left, the next high is is that right? 246? Yeah, man, 246 is the next high. Give me a nice base at two to work off of because 246 is the next high. And that is for the box D. Well, PEV is right back up. I'm not in it anymore. Now everything is positive. We've got a positive NAS and Dow and SPY. Everything is positive. Let's take a look now. This is going to be really, really different looking. I'm going to go to the dock channel bar. I'm going to sector change for me. I created, it's the same one as the change from the close, except it's the change from the open. Look at the difference. Look at the difference. Remember, when we saw this 10 minutes before the market opened, every single energy stock was down from yesterday's close. Look at this. They're all above today's open now. So they open and they're all above it. That's what that 100% means. Look at technology. 89, 88, well, almost 89% of them are above. And that it makes sense. Look what the SPY's doing. So 89, 88% above the open. So they opened and they moved higher. So even though when we looked at this 10 minutes before the market opened, every sector was really negative. Market opens, there's a big rally. That's the reason I suggest that you use the change from the close almost exclusively as opposed to change from the open. You have a completely different look. Guys, the PEV is still kind of interesting. Maybe a takeout at 460 or so might get it rocking again. Remember SYM from yesterday? SYM from yesterday? This is starting to roll here now. Of course, this is a crazy one from yesterday. I know Zach, you mentioned SRRK. A little too late for me now. Looking left, above yesterday's high, and the day before that though got up to 878 and then pulled way back. Just I was just talking about the SYM, not because it was in the race, just because I have it thumbnailed, and there it goes. Now BKSY, I do have that thumbnailed also, just because it was so active. BKSY, almost positive now. The high yesterday was 292, so there's a little bit of room. Well, I don't know anything about this TARC. It's nothing to do with, okay, so TARC, the high yesterday was 1924, so it's close. And after that, 1958, so there's a little bit of room. Of course, if it ever broke through that, then you're talking 24. But this is on the move here, TARK. Oh, here's another one that's straight up, AEVA, just straight up. Just a little pause at 935 and then straight up, AEVA. Just looking to see if there's any specific news on it. Don't see any. It's basically just mirroring the SPY. Well, there's TARC up here now. Yeah, problem with TARC for me, it has to take out that high of yesterday, 1924. And that's exactly, look what it got to. It got to 1924 today. Guys, we haven't seen a move like this in the SPY for a while. I mean, that is, especially as a recovery, okay? I mean, the market had gapped down a lot. This is, joking, this is sort of turning into obviously my favorite day, big gap down in the market. I usually talk about, give us a little recovery. This is a massive recovery. Ah, it's GNRC. Should have followed it more. I know how you like to. Of course, the market probably helped. Like you said, the market was helping this down. Now the market is probably helping this up. All right, guys, BOXD now is, again, we'll have to remind myself, yeah, 246 is the next high. It still has some room as this market just keeps moving higher and higher. All right, well, it is 10, almost 10:30, so it's about time for me to, first of all, introduce myself again. So if you're new to this room, this is the format, between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. And my name is Barry Enerson, and yes, I do work for Trade Ideas. I'm saying this now because I get the email saying, do you work for Trade Ideas? Yes, I do. What I'm doing right now is I'm just putting my homepage link in. A lot of information is there. So if you click on my homepage link now, the promo that you're probably going to see here is, yeah, so that is, I have to get, I can't unfortunately do this. I have to rely on somebody else to change this. So this is not the promo. It's not alive anymore. And neither is the Juneteenth. So the promo you have to use would be if you want to get a subscription and it's only 15% off. I better put this in here. That's amazing, Jado. How many people ask, do you work for Trade Ideas? I do this out of the goodness of my heart, but not quite. Okay, so there's the promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, and you'll get 15% off. Okay, so if you click on the Get Trade Ideas, just to give you an idea how much it costs. So we have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. So the annual premium, 2,000 less the 15%. The standard is 1,000 less the 15%. The big difference is the AI. Let's take a look at what the AI is doing today. Not bad, not bad. You know, nothing incredible. This Holly, HLLY, 10:06, 10:28 now. I'll go over that in a little bit. So that's the big difference between our premium service and the standard service is the AI. You don't have to take out an annual plan. You want to go monthly, that's fine. Standard is 118, the premium is 228. You can apply the 15% discount to the first month only, all right? So if you maintain a monthly subscription, these are the prices you'd pay going forward after that first month. At any time though, if you want to upgrade or take out an annual, you can do so and we will honor the 15%. If you are starting out, you must do this first. Let's get started. You must do it. All right. Take you about 30 minutes, 10 videos. Not going to go over everything, but it just starts off with the download and installation, your first startup and login, etc. Do yourself a favor, spend 30 minutes to understand a little bit about the software. It is a software program. I do a stock of the day video at noon. You can sign up for that. It is free. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It's been an awesome one this week. DQ, the trigger was around $60. I know it got up to 68 yesterday. So an awesome trade of the week this week. All the education is here in this section. We have a great user guide. Do not get overwhelmed by everything that is in the user guide. You should have already done the get started. I'll go over the channel bar. You should know at least what an alert window is and a topless window is and what the differences are. And I will also now, because I'm getting so involved in the racing, is take a look at the TI stock race to give you an idea about what it's all about, okay? But I would definitely get these down first. And afterwards, you can take a look at sound alerts and price alerts on the charts and things like that. You don't have to learn everything at once. Daily support. So today, I think I've got the day right. Today is Wednesday. So it should be Jamie in our YouTube room. I take a break at noon between 12 and 1. So Jamie takes, one of the other traders takes over. And again, because Wednesday, it should be Jamie's day. Jamie is a big user of Brokerage Plus, and he also has an E-Trade account. Okay, so you can save up your Brokerage Plus questions. I'll go over it. I'll go over Brokerage Plus, in a bit, but I don't use it to trade my account, but he does. So if you have questions, he's a power user of it. Chris Varley will be in the YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. And that's Monday to Friday. So I shut the main room down at 3:30. So Chris takes over in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. Again, you can ask him questions. Daily webinars. So today is Wednesday. This is the one that I get involved in. It's the Q&A with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. I help out. Next week, we're on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation. This week, it was Monday, Wednesday. Obviously, we didn't have one on Monday. But you can sign up for them all right here. And last, Michael Noss put this together. It is free. If you're new to trading or looking for a bit of a refresher, this is a great little video series. It starts off with what is a stock? Okay. I know it sounds crazy, but that's how it starts. And it's all free. And my scans. Here are the scans that I am sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market happens up and down, gap up and down. Okay. These are the scans that I am sharing. But I'll be honest, I'm turning more and more to these races than looking at alert windows now. So, but I mean, these are all the scans that I'm sharing. So my advice is save my link, and then you can take a look at my scans. You can look at the education section, the getting started. If you save my link, you can look at that anytime you want. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So I showed you that I have scans that I'm sharing. There are a lot of scans that we've created. If you click on new from our toolbar, click on new, and then docked channel bar, you will see we have a lot of channels here. These are all theme based. So the explosive winners is really what my race is based on. I've modified it a bit, put in a higher volume. I think I've changed the price range and things like that, but you don't have to. But this is what it's based on. You can just look at this for a while. And again, if you wanted this race the way they've structured it, when I say they, is mainly Dan and Brad, all you have to do is right click on, this is the race, just right click and duplicate into a free floating window. When you do that, this popped up on my other monitor. Here it is. So now you don't have to, oops. So you don't have to stay on this channel all day long. You can just take this and incorporate it as part of your layout if you want. You can make adjustments to it, right click on that configure, and you'll see what it's looking for. That's what I'm saying. I put the volume at 200,000. I think I put a price range, I can't even remember, 1 in 50, but you can modify this any way you want. If you want larger cap stocks, you go to you just do a search and type in market or type in market cap. So you wanted larger cap stocks, just Get that filter going, add the filter for whatever cap you want. So, I mean, you can modify it, but this is the basis of it. Then you can go to other channels, of course, momentum channel. So if you saw a scan that you liked, just like I show you the top, the racing scan, but here's a momentum. This is a typical alert window. So what we're really good at is real-time alerts. So for instance, in this particular window, so EVLO at 10:37 made a new high for the day, and that's why I showed up. Look at EVLO go right here. Look at this chart. So if you right click, you'll see what a scan is looking for. You right click, configure, and then click on summary. This is going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. So for instance, in this scan, it's looking for stocks between 1 and 50, minimum volume is 100,000, etc. It's not really important. I mean, obviously, when you if you want to create your own scan, it's important, but I'm just showing you the concept here. What Trade Ideas does is you start off with some filters, kind of get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number, and then you create some kind of an alert trigger. In this case, if all these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, you get a real-time alert. That's why we're seeing WVE right here. Okay, at 256, it was making a new high at 254, 255, 256. So if you like this one, you can do the same thing, right click, duplicate into a free floating window. Okay, and then what I would do is I would save it to the cloud. So if I duplicate it into a free floating window, then I would right click, save or share to cloud, and save it. Now it's in your cloud. Why? Because you can go through the different channels and start extracting scans that we've created for you, saving them to the cloud. And then you can bring them back one at a time and create your own layout without actually having to know how to create any scan from scratch. Okay? Now, of course, just like I was showing you in the racing, if you wanted to make a change here, again, you right click, configure, and summary, you see what it's looking for, but you may have a different idea about a price range. So you just click on the icon. This is going to show up. So maybe you wanted it between 10 and 100 instead of 1 and 50. No problem. Just make the change. Click OK. And you can see how it's changed here. Now you've changed it. So now you can save this to the cloud after you've made your change, if you want to make a change. Of course, you don't have to. If you like it the way we've created it, great. Now, if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. By right-click on an alert window and click on Configure. Now, instead of Summary, I'm going to click on Search. When you see these icons, these are all the real-time alerts that we have. It starts off with a new high, new low of the day, but we have so many others, okay? And, don't get hung up on how many we have. I'll explain why. When you scroll down, when you see these icons, these are the filters that we have. So again, don't get hung up on how many alerts and filters we have. You don't have to learn them all. When the company started in 2003, they made a decision thinking that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their own scans. So what they did was they thought, okay, let's try to create enough alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. All sorts of different trading styles. So that's why they had to create a lot of different alerts and different filters. But you don't have to learn them all. What is this one doing? VIVK. You know what? I would have loved this one, I think. Looking left here, VIVK 267 is the next high. It's just too late for me right now. Look at this thing go. If I had not been doing my spiel, I would have seen this earlier. So for instance, in order for these races, I mean, you can create your own race and based on, say, symbols that you like. If you can create a symbol list and attach it to a top list window and just look at those as an example, if that's all you wanted to do. Meanwhile, look at this SYM. I know I mentioned this one just a little while ago. Look at this SYM. Now there's something going on here because I know SYM was up here. I don't see it here right now. So there's something going on. I'm on a development version of this. This should, whoa, there's PEV again, guys. PEV. Dare I do it again? Whoa, look at this. I mean, it's still got the room. Look at the room. 650 over here. I appreciate that, Impossible. Wow. I couldn't get it. I just couldn't get it where I wanted it. PEV. This is just romping again, guys. Okay, guys. You know what I'm going to do is just show you how you can create something from almost from scratch, a race, okay? And these races are based on the gainers from the open. I mean, you can do. I mean, really it's unlimited. If you create a top list, any one of these columns that you've got, any column, you can base your race on. Now, I'm basing everything on the change from the open, but I mean, if you wanted to change the relative volume change, the change from the close, or any other column that you see fit, you can do it. I personally am just going to concentrate on the change from the open. Okay, so if I wanted to create a race based on this top list window, Debbie, it is in, yes. If you go to my homepage, just give me a moment. Go to my homepage, it is there, okay, in the scan section. You click on my link, go to the scan section, and then single stock window. Okay. And understand that this is still being refined. The whole concept of racing and all that, I mean, it is still being refined. You can see, well, I'm on a development version. You can see what was added yesterday, you know. Well, you can't see it right now, but You can see the price, you can see the, how much it's up, things like that. Bev did get, oh, here's another one, just got halted. GSUN got halted. Okay, so this must be an IPO, guys. So this is just a launching IPO. Wow, 4.4 million shares at $4. So this is obviously there's some enthusiasm with this GSUN. It's just launched. Is it out of and is out of China? Anyway, any top list that you create, you can create a race from it. And you can race it based on any one of the column headers. I'm making it simple on myself. I'm just going to do a change from the open. So, but you could have, if you had a symbol list of stocks that you only wanted to follow, you could attach it to the top list window. You have to know how to create a symbol list or watch list. And then you would only the following list, and you would just check it. So if you had a list of stocks that you want to follow and that's it, you can do it and have a race just based on that as an example. So how to start a race. So you right click, launch real-time stock race. Now here's a bit of the trick, because right now, yeah, you have to elongate this window. I mean, we should be able to type in the race lanes, which is basically how many stocks might be in your top list window. But just bear with me. You stretch out the window and then just start to use so I can get it up to 26. Now, it's up to you to determine how long you want the race to run. I pick 4 minutes. There's no right or wrong. Okay. So I pick 4 minutes based on, and this is what I mean. All the columns that you have in your top list will be available here. But, I'm going to do it to change from the open. And here's the key right here, the sort on delta value, okay, the change. And what I do is replace cars. I think what that means is there's some cars that could start to be winning a race and they'll vault to the top and replace some ones that aren't. I'd also like to see, now again, this may not be available to you guys yet, but to show the company logos. So if you're still seeing race cars, that's fine. Eventually you'll be able to just show the company logos. Okay. And auto rerun. So I want it, once the race is over, I want it to race again, start again. Once it's over, start a new race. That's why this is ongoing all day long. Look at PEV. Crazy. And that's basically it. The only other thing to do that I do, if I want to start this race, is now I right click once I've got this and I say show top 10 winners. That's why we see, double X, double I at the top here. Now there may be a little bit of a bug here because I think that, for instance, a couple of ones that I saw, they don't appear to be listed. But the bottom line though is that show top 10 winners. So you're going to see right at the top the stocks that are winning the race the most over the course of a day. Okay. And so these are obviously, so you can just click on it and see what's happening. A great watch list for the day. Telling you guys, instead of, having all sorts of different alert windows and clicking like mad, you make some kind of a race that makes sense to you. And you can just kind of do that all day long. So go to the guide, go to the TI stock race in the guide, get yourself a basis behind it for it. And yeah, that was a nice open. Now it's getting close to it's high, 650. Okay, so I think my My homepage is now changed to the right promo code, okay? There are logos now? Okay, good. I wasn't sure in the, I'm always, I'm on some development version. I think it's 0.90. 0.90, yeah, and it's a development version. So I'm always kind of the guinea pig, to see what's broken. Usually there's nothing major. Now, I also created one of the biggest losers, okay? This is just sort of the flip of the biggest gainers. But, I'm not paying too much attention, with the market doing this. This could have been awesome. Could have been awesome, had the market just continued down. But right now, I'm just concentrating on these ones. So there's a lot to take in, guys. I know. I mean, my job here is not to teach people how to use trade ideas so much as give you a bit of an overview. Okay. Hopefully, though, you get the overview. You can ask me questions, but get the overview. Take a look at certainly the getting started. Look at the user guide. Just concentrate on certain sections, and you can experiment with your own races. There's no right or wrong. All right, this EVLO is, sort of interesting. I mean, the next high looking left is 250, 250. So it's at 221 right now. Now, one of the things they're working on is try to get this a lot more smooth. It's still a little bit herky jerky. There's a lot of data being fed into here. All right, guys, PEV just resumed and it went higher, a little bit higher. PEV just went a little bit higher, almost an all-time high now. Ah, missed the EVLO where I wanted it. I think, again, guys, I know I'm hammering it, trying to hammer this point home is that you don't have to have all sorts of different scans if you don't want. You can just have a couple of these races going and, just follow them all day long. Turns out to be a great watch list. One of the common complaints we get is that I don't know what to do. I mean, there's so much action. What am I supposed to follow? How many? I mean, I got too many alert windows. I have too many top list windows. I've got, I just can't get anything done. Well, this is a really, really great way just to focus. And just wait, you know, don't be so anxious to get into anything right off the bat. Just wait. The other thing is, I mean, you know, some of these things, I mean, I'd be seeing these if I'm really paying attention and something is starting to, you know, at the 4% level, 5%, 6, you know, it's up to 16 now, but you would catch some of these moves as they're happening. Oh, absolutely. And Muriel's correct. I mean, you know, just because this is not, you get an alert doesn't mean you just take the trade. Of course, you know, there's a lot more for me anyway, you know, always looking left to see if there's room before it hits the next high. That's why though, you can take a look at the video series that Michael Noss put together. You go to my homepage, go to the education section, and then scroll down to the back to basics. You know, you should do that also. All I'm really trying to do though here is to show you that you can develop a way in which you can focus on just a few stocks, you know, without having to create all sorts of different alerts and scans, etc. Okay, to get it a little bit easier to focus. That's the main reason I'm concentrating on this, you know, for the focus. Just a minute, please. Sorry about that, guys. I'm now back. Yeah, Igor. So the question in our YouTube room is, do I have some kind of a reward to risk ratio in mind when I day trade? And nothing is off topic. Okay. I mean, at the very worst, I would just say, you know, if you ask me a question, I can't answer it. I would try to direct you somewhere else. That's all. Okay. So yeah, when I get into a trade, I'm always striving for at least a 1 for 2 risk reward. Okay. So if I'm risking, again, make the math easy. If I'm risking 10 cents on a trade, that's where my stop is, 10 cents away from my entry. I have to be able to, well, okay, I'm going to size, when I size up a trade and I see, okay, there's where my stop should be. if I'm going to take this trade, then the next thing I do is, okay, where is the next high looking left? Is it at least 20 cents away? In other words, a one for two. If I'm going to risk 10 cents, I want to have a reasonable expectation that I could make 20 cents on the trade. Again, I'm just trying to make the math simple. Obviously, the more, the better. But so when you look at the PEV trade, I mean, there was so much room, that wasn't an issue. So when I get into a trade like that, I know that for me, the risk reward, now it doesn't mean, the trade's going to work. It just means though that I have a reasonable expectation of making at least a one for two. So yeah, now, are there times where I'll get out of a trade and maybe, I risk 10 cents, I don't only make a nickel or something? Sure, because maybe I don't like the way it's trading after I get into the trade. But that's not my expectation going in. 11 o'clock on deck. Okay, so now we're looking for a reversal. Oh, sorry about that. I had something go down the wrong way. Okay, what is Bitcoin doing? BITO. Take a look at the ETF. So, Igor, did that answer your question? And I'll be, you know what? I mean, it doesn't matter whether you're day trading or swing trading. It should be the same sort of thing. If you're going to swing trade something, you're probably going to have a wider stop. So let's just say, for argument's sake, I mean, you swing trade something, you've got a dollar stop. Well, you have to be able to look at a chart and say, well, okay, could it move $2? Before, so that it makes sense to take the trade. Before it hits some kind of resistance or some, for instance, it could be a moving average on top that you don't like, that's too close. So, it really doesn't matter whether you're day trading or swing trading or whatever label you want. You should have, in my opinion anyway, an expectation to make at least a one for two risk reward. Well, okay, understand that I did not take PEV, on the massive run. I took it here. Okay, and I missed out on the other run. Well, because I saw it on the race. I saw it early. Okay, I mean, I kept seeing it, and this is what I'm saying. You see, this says 2.1% MRSN right now. Okay, so I saw PEV early, and it was probably only, we'll say, 3%, but it was a symbol that I wasn't too familiar with. So that's why I clicked on it right off the bat, and that's when I went, wow, look at the room it's got. Okay, so I wasn't seeing it here. I mean, you could see it here on the race, but of course, then you're definitely in chase mode, if that makes sense. Now, I wish I wish I'd held some, but I didn't. This got me out. I mean, that candle right there, that 15-minute candle got me out. You got to be really aware. I was so aware, of course, of that float, 1.87 million in the float. I mean, it could have just, gone right back and it could have gone negative. So, I was very cautious. Yeah, first of all, guys, you're talking. Get all those comments and off topic. Okay, off topic, off topic. Boy, this PEV is maybe not. I mean, look how this PEV is basing here. That's a massive base right now on the 2 minute chart. Not really, Igor. So the question in our YouTube room about wins versus loss ratio. I mean, look, it's always nice to, have some kind of a, call it a strategy or ideas that produce more winners and losers, but it's not necessary. You could be 50-50 and still make money as long as your risk reward is, 1 to 3, 1 to 4 and all that on the ones you cut your losses and you let your winners run. I mean, in theory, you could lose 9 out of 10, but if that one that you make money on really runs, it takes care of all those manageable losses. I mean, nobody wants to have a strategy like that. I get it, but I don't really concern myself with wins and losses ratios. I don't know if PEV is done. I don't know. PEV looks pretty interesting here, just holding that 6. I'm not in it, so just one moment, please. All right, I'm back. And there we go. There's PEV on the way. Look at this. Now, this is almost an all-time high, guys. In fact, I guess it is 650. Just check out 650. Oh, this is the one I want. Yeah, I mean, it's super dangerous. Absolutely. I mean, with that float, you've got to be. So, I mean, if you were able to take this over 6 and then watch it run up to 676, like you've got to take some profit. And now it's halted on the way down. Now this could be it. So what I'm really looking for now is some other one that we haven't seen today, maybe just popping in here and just making a move. The other thing, Igor, I mean, I was talking to somebody in our YouTube room regarding wins and losses. I remember some guy talking about Apple. I always win an Apple. Always, my win rate is like 90%, 95%. And we find out what the person was doing is sure, you get it, I'll make up a price. I get in an Apple at 200 and I sell for 204, at like 4 cents over 200. Yeah, it's a win. Big deal. Okay. So it looks great on the win loss percentage, but what are you making? Anyway, all right, after being straight up for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or straight up for an hour and a half, now the market is starting to drift down a little bit, just a little bit. So now this is from my biggest losers, okay? BEKE. It's interesting though. I don't see like big percentages here. I'm wondering why. But anyway, BEKE. Look at, here's another one, guys. It's nothing to do with the races. I just happen to have a thumbnail. Look at PTCT. I don't know if anybody's mentioned this one. Look at PTCT. This is, of course, it's had the big move yesterday, and now it's above yesterday's high by a long shot, and just romping here. Yeah, 37.50. Well, we have 37.58. That's close enough. 37.54 you have, so close enough. All right, guys. Another halt. Okay, no, PEV just resumed. PEV just resumed. Okay, you guys have been talking about blue all day. So blue is now making it into this race here. And that's the high. The high is 465 today. Again, it has room, 617. That's the next high looking left. I'm a little concerned about the high of the day for it to get through. So what I'll do is just put an alert at the high of the day and see if it takes it out. And then it just definitely has some room on the daily chart. All right, guys, 11:18. So things are slowing down a little bit for me now. Yeah, this is what I'm. This is the flip, Larry. Yeah, basically, I just took this and I just flipped it. Okay, Sorrento, what are you doing? SRNE? So this is where I struggle a little bit. I'm not a very good pullback player. So, but I mean, I recognize that the races can help on pullbacks, but I just have this, this bias. Thing is, if it takes that 247, it might get interesting again. All right, guys, actually, double X, double I, kind of basing now at 2. You get up to, got all the way up to 234. RBLX from Shady. Take a look at RBLX. Yeah, I see what you look at here. I mean, these are pullbacks. Okay, guys, so I don't know what happened here. This is Junior Miners ETF, SINV. So I saw that got halted and now it's resumed. I'm not sure what to make of this. All right, guys, again, things have settled down for me quite a bit now. Look at the ATHA, hasn't moved really, well, I guess that's not true. 250 up to 280. I guess it's moved a little bit. Bad news for it. Alzheimer's drug phase 2 study failed. ATHA. So it's not a pullback scan, William. It just happens, when you click on an alert. It's just for my races. So, when you click on something, it may look like a pullback. So it's not designed as a pullback scan, if that makes sense. I mean, I can give you this, but it's not designed as a pullback scan. It's just that when you click on something, you may see that it's pulled back. That's all. But I can give it to you. This is just the racing I'm talking about. Okay? Does that make sense, William? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. But I'm not a big pullback player. That's what I'm saying, William. I'm just not really good at it. So it's just that, and that's basically what I was saying. I can't control, where I'm going to, like what, when something is winning a race and I click on it, I can't control, is this a big pullback or is it something else? I'm just not a good pullback player. All right, guys, I'm just biding my time right now, 11:24, so about 30 minutes. I'll be taking my break. BSX from real. Let's take a look at BSX. Aha, nice bounce play from Zach on the BEKE. I'm just looking at the bounce plays, that scan. Nice box D. Looks like it wants to have another little leg up here. The high is 218, daily high. But again, 246 is the next high on the daily chart. So it has a little bit of room. That's the box D. Just a moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys, box D, it looks like it could run. I mean, there's 221. 221 is the high. Takes that out, and again, looking left, and it's got 246, which is, not too bad in terms of a potential percentage move. When you look at, so Peter, okay, DQ. I don't know what you're looking at, Peter, exactly. So the question in our YouTube room is, when I look at the single stock window, what is the volume today? Well, here it is for DQ. It's 1.4 million. I'm not sure what you're looking. Can you see my screen, Peter? I mean, the volume is right there. It's automatic. Nothing for you to do. In other words, the relative volume and the volume are always up here. So I don't know where you're seeing 75.9. So Peter, can you see my screen? Oh, I see the volume today. I see. That's the percentage, okay? I see what you mean. So that's 76.8 right now, what it says right there. When you looked, it says 75.9. All that means is that it's not trading normally. Well, normally. 100 would be normal, okay? 100%, that's a percentage. So 100% would be normal. So let's take a look at PEV. So it's 2,500%. So that's what that number refers to. Okay. Yeah, it's a little. If I elongated this window, it might say volume today percent. I just don't want to do that. Okay, Peter, are you good? So guys, when you ask me a question, it really helps to know whether or not you can hear me. Okay, thanks. Well, if you're looking for a potential short, guys, that PTCT may be getting ripe here. It's just sort of stalling. Came in Zach scan at 36.27. It obviously moved a little higher than that, but BOXD, guys, BOXD, yeah, box D. Okay, okay, Nathan. So the question is there any way to get data more than 63 days for back testing and topless? So at this point, no. Okay, and you cannot back test a top list. You can only back test an alert window. But at this point, no. I sort my races on Delta. Yeah, Mike. Basically the change. That's why I want to see the change, the biggest change. That's why we see the biggest change on top. Okay, Box D. Again, I have to refresh my memory, keep having to do that. 246, that's right. 246 is the next high. Well, it's not a matter of fixing it, Nathane, okay? There's nothing, it's not broken, it's just the way it is in terms of the back testing, the 63 days. I mean, would they like, it's a big, I think when we go to this sort of a cloud-based server, I think we're going to be able to do a lot more. But right now, it's a limitation on the program. There's a ton of data that has to be crunched. So it's not. So when you say fix, maybe that's just semantics, but there's nothing to fix. It's just the way it is. And top list will never. I mean, top list will never be. You can't backtest a top list because there's no trigger. You need a trigger in order to backtest something, like a new high for the day, so some kind of an alert. And I have mixed. First of all, I don't backtest, so it doesn't really affect me. But I look at it this way: that what happens, 63 trading days is basically 3 months. So much happens in 3 months that I'm not so sure I would even want to go back more than 3 months anyway. Things change so rapidly that I don't know. But that's obviously my opinion. And yeah, DQ, my goodness, what a great trade of the week. Sorry, guys, I'm just having internal discussion of trade ideas. What a great trade of the week. I mean, this is probably, I don't know if it's the best one that I've seen, because remember, the trigger was 60 yesterday, and you could have got in anywhere between 60 and 61 easily. And this hit 68 yesterday, I think 67.57, sorry, high. Had a little pullback this morning, but look at it now. I mean, this is really, really an excellent trade of the week. And you can't say that I mean, it's an energy. What do they do? Exactly. Aha. So this is more of a solar play. Okay. So this is not an energy play as such. I mean, it's a solar play, because I was thinking, my goodness, I mean, this is running completely counter to what most of the energy stocks are doing. But and it's China. So let's take a look at KWEB. I mean, is KWEB are the rest of the China? So I mean, it is running on its own. It's a China stock. KWEB, is down. So it's not like KWEB is running. So this is really, really an excellent alert, for the trade of the week. Not easy, to come up with one stock to label as the trade of the week. Yeah, so Jamie, I don't look at the 200, at the 50. Yeah, so you might be right. I don't look at the nice call by Shady, by the way. Shady called this one, I don't know, around 30.72, I think. We're talking about RBLX. All right, guys. In about 20 minutes, I will be taking my break. I just want to confirm it'll be Jamie in our YouTube room. Here's this GGPI. This is now also trying to run here. This is showing up on Zach's topping scan. Yeah, I don't think for me, the EVLO doesn't have enough room. I see it's in this race, but I just don't see it having enough room. The next high is 250. We're at 227. I mean, obviously, if you took it right now and it got right to 250, that'd be great. But remember, I mean, a lot of people will look like myself, will look at that and start getting rid of it before thinking, it would stall there. So I just don't see the room. I mean, it could just power right through, but it won't be with me. Boy, this AERC, which is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, is really starting to drift down now. What's the other one doing? AUVI? Yeah, it's starting to drift down too. And yes, Jamie will be taking over for me in about 15 minutes in our YouTube room. All right, guys, so nothing is really interesting me right now. I'm just going to kind of cruise into my break. Looking at the market, a little bit of a pullback, but nothing dramatic. Look at Rite Aid, RAD. This is a nice pop here for Rite Aid, RAD. And what do we see looking left? Looking left, the next high is 671. So it is above that, obviously. So on the weekly chart, looks like 715 is the next high looking left for Rite Aid, RAD. On the weekly chart, 715. Yeah, so you're talking about this big bottoming tail here, Vince? You know, sometimes our charts go a little wacky. And I know that's a 2 minute, but you would probably see it on the one. Yeah, I can't explain it. Sometimes our charts go a little bit wacky, either on the upside or the downside with these tails, bottoming tail or topping tails. I mean, it's possible that happened, but that would mean that was a red candle all the way down here. Not likely. So you'd have to check another charting program to see if the same thing happened. And that's what you're talking about right there. Yeah. All right. So it's on Think or Swim. So maybe something, I mean, I don't, it's hard to explain because, it must have been so rapid and then right back up. But maybe somebody knew something because look what the market's doing. It's trying to catch up to that bottom. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, here's a new one coming in here. SYTA, SYTA. Okay. Now, what sort of room does this have? So looking left on this daily chart, 148 is the next high. So if I can take that out, it's a little extended now, but if I can take that out, take a look at the monthly chart. I see 150. I see 146. So yeah, I mean, 429 then on the monthly chart is the next high. And let's take a look at the weekly. Yeah, I mean, this 150 level for SYTA is really critical. There is another high on the weekly at around 174, but man, I've got to stick an alert up here at say 150, just see if it takes it out. This will have some room. I mean, it's a little extended right now, of course, but this is actually an earnings play tomorrow. Okay, so this SYTA, it's an earnings play tomorrow before the market opens. So there's a little bit, excitement, I guess, ahead of it. Okay, now the market's putting in a bit of coming out of this a little bit of 45 minutes of consolidation on the SPY, putting in a red candle here. Take a look at the Altria Group, Mo, 4154. Okay, I'll stick an alert there too. This is from Real. Well, guys, if you took that from Zach's scan, PTCT, that is starting to fade now from that 3680 area down to 3615. I'm talking about the PTCT right here, 3627. It did pop up, and then it looked like it was just losing steam right up here. All right, guys, this SYTA is getting really interesting. Again, so 148 was the next high looking left on the daily chart. My problem is I'm going to be taking my break pretty soon, so I can't get into it now. What's the float? 12.5 million, so it's certainly a low float. Not trading extraordinary. It's 1.6 times normal. Sort of missed this one. Boy, another one. VIVK. It has room, I think. 267. I mean, 267 is the next high looking left. Stick an alert there. See if it takes it out. And if it does, I mean, it's got $1 till the next high looking left. So, I mean, again, just keep looking left. See where a stock could go before it hits the next high. So again, guys, I didn't go over Brokerage Plus at all right? But if you have questions about Brokerage Plus, Andy, Jamie will be there in our YouTube room probably in a couple of minutes, and he's a big user of Brokerage Plus. So if you have questions, I will put the link in. Okay, and again, if you have an interactive brokerage account or an E-Trade account, shows you the short video, and the link I'm giving you shows you how you can connect to your E-Trade or interactive brokerage account. And of course, it's great. It's a great way to practice trading. Okay, using our simulator. Simulator uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. You don't even need a broker. But again, Jamie will be there momentarily. And again, he's a big, big user of Brokerage Plus. Just looking at the flyers from this morning, LLL giving it up, PEV giving it up. And I just heard a little ping. That usually means Jamie is there. So did you listen to me, Jamie, and take the site off mute?
Well, yes, Barry, I did.
Okay, I can hear you, and you can hear me.
Yes, I can.
Okay, yes, you can. Sounds like a good slogan.
Barry, can you hear me?
Easy, bro. Dumb boy, dumb boy. All right, Jamie. What time is it now? Do you want to take over right now?
Sure, I can go ahead and grab it here. Hold on one second.
Okay. We got to convince Michael to look at racing now.
I would concur with your comments, sir.
Yeah, I don't think he gets it. And I didn't either for a long time, but I get it now. I really do.
It's an
So
acquired taste. Let's just say that.
it is an acquired taste for sure. I think I think it's just it's an acquired. It's so much more visual than looking at a static window, and so that to me is a plus. Even if Michael is right, well, I could create an alert window and do the same thing. To a certain extent, he's right, but not really. Not really. Not the way I'm using it anyway.
Well,
But
and also too, it's a saying that I used to say 7, 8, 9, 10 years ago. With what we do with trade ideas is we take that information that's been around forever and rearrange it into ways that are a little bit more efficient or even, eye-catching or makes you notice things that you wouldn't have noticed before, little nuances,
exactly,
you know.
exactly.
So, of course, everybody's perception is slightly different, and what some people like, others will not, and vice versa. But the
Ex-
goal is to have tons of ways to present the information, and the races certainly give us a unique perspective there. So, yeah. Okay. Well, I believe I'm good to go, sir. So enjoy
Okay.
your break.
Merci beaucoup. We'll
And
see you. I'll probably pop in about five to one.
very good, sir.
Okay. Bye bye.
All righty. Bye bye. Well, hello, everyone. I tell you what, let me just pop open the other channel real quick here and pop out my chat panel. Okay, ladies and gents, we are good to go. So just keep in mind, this is the hour for the live support session. So if you do have any questions about anything, just let me know. Hey, Raj. Actually, this is Jamie today. I forgot what day Michael is. He's one day of the week typically, but today it's little old me, Jamie. So I'm assuming everyone can see and hear okay. And speaking of the races, hey, no worries, Raj. We've got a varied crew here. And hello to you as well, Jamie. Nice name, by the way. um, so you may notice I've got a couple of races here. Now, they're keying off of this top list here, which is positive change from open. And of course, I could see Pev at the top of my list, kind of a youngster making this nice rounded bottom on the daily. Um, Took a big swing up here to 676 earlier, but is currently up just under 60% today. Now, this top list is doing me a fine job at showing me the things that are up from the open. But keep in mind, this is, hey, you see it up 60%. You look at the intraday here, uh, the, the action came early. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. For about the first hour and 45 minutes, this thing was on a tear. A little pullback here, capitulation up here. So seeing it after the fact, okay, fine. But seeing it while it's underway, okay, and this is where the races can really come in and help you identify things that might have a good chance at doing what Pev did, but being notified maybe in the first 5, 10, or 15 minutes based on, is the stock winning race after race? For example, if you're using 1-minute races, right? Tell you what, I forgot to get my old pin here. But if you'll notice down here at the bottom, there's my pin. 1-minute races, right? So, and I'm just going to pull this kind of out of thin air here, What if you notice all the stocks that are winning, or it might just be one or two that are consistently winning 1-minute races in the first 5 minutes? And then those things turn out to be, not saying they always will be, but that was the case with PEV this morning. I had to reset my races because I've been popping in and out of development mode, testing different parts of the software. So what I've got here now is just, hey, show me things that are up from the open. And if we look at this race setup here, we're looking at change from the open and sorting by delta value. Now, watching this guy in the first 5, 10, 15 minutes was very beneficial. But now we can, if we want to kind of keep tabs on other stocks that might be getting a little bit more fuel or upside action, check out this one. It's the same top list, but instead of using positive change from open, notice the title up here, positive change from open with 2-minute change. All right, 2-minute change being right here. Okay, so instead of using change from open, since a lot of these moves have already occurred, but you never know, sometimes things get lit up 1 hour, 2 hour, anytime after the open. Sometimes you have these late runners, right? Well, this would be a more efficient way, in my opinion, folding in the change in 2-minute filter and basing the same race, same group of stocks. Some are going to be up more than others, right? But maybe you find, maybe this is a good way to find something that's only currently up 1 or 2% that might end up being up 5, 10% or more. They have to be up X amount before they can be up X, Y amount, right? So it's the same race, but we're using change in the 2-minute period for this race. So just different ways, different ideas. I'm not saying this is a concrete method that's going to work each and every day, but it sure is a good way to find stocks that have explosive upside potential. All right, Peter, let's see. Single stock. Okay, so here's my single stock window. Your question is, on a single stock window, volume today is average. What is the volume number above that? Okay, so here we have volume today, right? Now, are you referring specifically to average daily volume in a certain time period, or are you just referring to the volume that you see right here? Because where I'm a little confused is I don't see anything above volume here. Or are you referring to one of the filters that I have installed down here? Because everybody's can be a little bit different with the arranging of the metrics. Okay, so you're telling me you see something above this guy right here, something above volume? Because if I resize, I don't think anything's going to change here, right? So I got volume, relative volume. Okay, so we are just talking about the volume as of today then, right? So this is just total shares, right? And of course, relative volume below, simply meaning that obviously PEV on an average day hasn't been doing tremendous volume. The float is only 1.87 million right here. So that float has turned over, if we just say round that up to 2 million, divide 14 million, this float's turned over 7 times today, probably approaching 8 times on the float turnover today. That's why we're getting the pretty significant larger relative volume number of almost, well, approaching 58. Correct. This metric right here, this is total volume today right here. And of course, I can't draw with this thing, but yeah, total volume right here. Relative volume below. Simply stating that, according to average trading volume for PEV, it's trading approximately 57 times more volume than it typically does. And these numbers confirm 14.2 million shares traded, and there's only not quite 2 million in the float. Okay, Haida, see your question here. Do you have any suggestions for trading the last 2 hours of the day? My work schedule opens up at that time of day. Wow, back in the olden times, and by olden times I mean the late 90s, uh, when we all had to go to trading offices to trade, and we're trading the SOS systems and all that stuff. That was the typical routine. We trade the first couple of hours, then take off for the rest of the day and come back and try to pluck out a little bit more in the last hour or two. Um, so the last 2 hours. And by the way, Peter, yes, relative volume reading of 1 would mean normal volume for the day. And if we see relative volume of 2, that would mean on pace to do twice normal volume, so forth and so on. But back to your question there, Haida, finding things that work in the last 2 hours, or not necessarily things that work, but things that might work. Um, well, if it were me, and since I look for basically just the same rudimentary setups on a daily basis, you're going to have the same setups occurring in the last 2 hours of the day, depending on what it is that you're looking for, right? Um, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, there seems to be somebody beating on my door, so give me 1 second here, please. Okay, well, apparently it was just a noisy mailman. Sorry about that. But getting back to your question there, Haida, um, first off, you have to know the setups that you're looking for, right? The thing is, in the last 2 hours of the day, there's typically just going to be less setups. Um, so, you would take the things that you would be hunting in the first 2 hours and apply that to the last 2 hours. There's just going to be a lot fewer of those instances occurring typically. Most of the action gets put in, and I'm speaking from an intraday perspective, right? From a swing perspective, it's a very popular technique. A lot of people here lately are making entries for swing trades in the last hour, maybe the last 30 minutes or so. So if you're looking for multi-day holds and swing trades, you can still find some viable longer term setups in the last hour or so. Um, and to help you kind of zone in on what events might be the most productive for, intraday events in the last 2 hours, and, as far as determining odds for longer term holds, if you're making entries, say in the last 2 hours, last hour, even the last 30 minutes, or, right before the close, well, my go-to on that would be the old back tester, because that's pretty much what it is designed for. And of course, we can backtest the alert windows by putting whatever setup we'd like to scan for inside, and just right clicking and hitting the backtest strategy. Of course, you do have to have a premium subscription if you want to use the backtester. So that's pretty much the approach that I would take, is, setting up a backtest and looking for things in the last 2 hours, right? Market closes at 3 for me. So we could just say, hey, let's start scanning for things at 1 p.m., scanning those last 2 hours for anything that might be conducive. Of course, then we'd have to go in here and set up our, hold time for swing trades, get me out at the market open tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, all the way out to the full back test period, which is currently hovering around 60 trading days, so about 3 months there. Oh, I see, Jamie. So you're talking about the symbol here. Yeah, and those fonts are pretty small. I tell you what, I think I'm on regular fonts. Let's just do a little experiment here and see if we make things bold. Does that apply to the races as well? And apparently it does not. But you see how the alert windows got a little bit more legible in a bold format. But these guys, hopefully we can fold that functionality into the races at some point as well. And then they would pop a little bit more. And maybe even take these fonts up 1 or 2 points would probably remedy that issue. But thank you for pointing that out, Jamie. You know, Circle, fortunately I've avoided any types of margin calls as of late because I'm not trading, well, I'll trade intraday margin, but when it comes to long term, to preserve my sanity, especially when we're talking about certain crypto instruments, yeah, no margin. But I'm sure a lot of margin calls have occurred, which is, in the downturn of the regular markets, as well as the crypto crash that we've seen. It's margin calls that accelerate the downside, right? People get margin calls, have to sell to get right with the broker dealer. That exacerbates the selling, enhances the move, speeds the move along. Um, we were talking about this the other day. It's kind of like a reverse short squeeze for mechanical purposes. Okay, so looks like the questions panel is clear for now. So I'll just kind of circle back around to your idea, Hada. And of course, I'm not really configuring this one I mean, this is a very simple configuration. Kind of going back to your question earlier, Peter. I've got relative volume, a minimum of 3 here, right? With a very simple configuration, just a momentum ticker. Show me stocks that have traded 100,000 in volume with a relative volume of 3. Can't be over 150 bucks. Nice and simple. We've got a new high as the alert. No big rocket science going on there. But let's just do a little experiment with the back tester. As far as that 2-hour period goes that we were referencing, and I'll just say start at 1 p.m. And we're going to say, get me out at the market open after about a day and a half, day after tomorrow. Not quite a day and a half. We won't even use any profit targets or stop losses. Just want to see what's out there. We use the full back test time, and we'll just see what happens here. All right, not looking too conducive. Of course, when we look at the market action over the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days or so, no big shocker, right? Now, looking at the dailies, it might be possible to clean this up a little bit, but since we're looking at a time-sensitive area here, I would first go to the optimization tab and simply look, is there a period where this thing doesn't look rancid in the last 2-hour period? Here we are looking at intervals of 10 minutes. And we see some brief pockets of green here, but mainly red. But looking at this time right here, for some reason, trades in this time period seem to hold up. We got 199 right here, and we've got 209 down here. So we could pick one of these areas to see. And let's see, we got a profit factor of 1, a little over 1 here, a little over 1 here. So let's just pick this time period between 210 and 219. And see if it holds up. And once again, we don't really see a whole lot here, right? Time of day, even though we are looking at that smaller portion now, the odds maker is going to fold in more trades, right? So just using this little alert window right here, we're not finding anything that's really that juicy in the last 1 or 2 hours. Now, that doesn't mean that a different configuration for a different setup might yield something completely different, right? Just wanted to show you how you'd go about the process using the back tester. So once again, this is not really an alert window designed to identify swing trades. But if you had something that was, you might find different results here. Just wanted to show you the functionality of the back tester. Right. So to that point, just reading your last comment there, Hada, let's pull something out of the archives here. And maybe something pulling back to the 50-day SMA. Okay, tagging the 50 SMA. Let's just see what this little guy may have to offer. Maybe this is going to look different, but we'll apply the same technique. Start at 1, look at the last 2 hours. Once again, at the market open day after tomorrow. Not going to worry about that or that. And we'll just max out the testing here. Looking very similar to what we just saw as far as the success rate here. Okay. Let's just go check out the daily here. All right. So even when this one does produce, what do we got here? Just some sporadic days. And once again, this is not surprising since we're just back testing the last 2 hours. Looks very similar to the other window that we back tested here. We could pick apart this 10-minute area, but I'm pretty much going to tell you it's going to fall apart too. So no dice on that guy either. Let's see. This is a top list. Let's try this alert window. We'll give it a shot. It looks like this one was already configured for a later day play. Once again, we're right at that 40% threshold. And, I really think that with current market conditions, when you're facing a day sequence of this nature, it's going to be, it's going to be hard to find good swing trades, especially when you're only looking at the last 2 hours right now. That's what this is telling me. Now, having said that, looks like we're trying to find our feet here, maybe go sideways for a little while. We're coming up with a date with the 10 period pretty soon here. So that might act as a catalyst if we continue to go sideways here for the rest of the week, build a little steam. It is possible, coinciding with what we see here on the weekly as well. So it just seems, I'm telling you what, I'm going to pull that Nifty or there was a top list that I saw here. This is a top list that I put together a while back for things that are underneath their 200, but tagging the 50 period. Of course, that changed. That doesn't look right. Yeah, there's no 200 period in there. Well, that's not it either. Let me look one more one more time here for maybe if we went to the 200 day. Russell 2000. I think 200 day hey top list. Well, we'll give it one more shot here. Okay, so we're just going to be in close proximity to the 200 day with these settings, right? No more than 0.5% above or below or anywhere in that range. Don't know why. Okay, well, you know what? We'll just use new low filtered. Find stocks that are coming down to that level. And we'll just look at the last hour here. Let's give it an even 2 months approximately. Well, interestingly enough, on 135 trades, there is a spread here, but drum roll please. Oof, very sporadic. Of course, only looking at the last hour, but hey, let's go look. Time of day. Definitely more green than we saw in the other ones. Is it worth picking this thing apart though? Hey, you don't need a ton of trades, right? So what if we said start at 235? Would that clean things up a little bit? Still have a spread. Now, we've reduced the count over 2 months down to 97 trades, so it might not be dead in the water just yet. Not going to really worry about trying to optimize by price. Looks like Neapolitan ice cream here, so there's not really any cherry picking we could do from a smaller time frame. Got to take the good with the bad. Of course, it looks like most of the good is between 236 and 247, and that's, we could go back and eliminate all these trades, but that would probably be the very last optimization, 236 to 247, and it's bordering on kind of over optimizing by time. Okay. So just by doing a little time optimization, not a whole lot of trades, only 36 trades, so not quite one trade a day, which, hey, isn't so bad. You're going to have your losing days. And keep in mind, this is with no risk management in place. 3 losing days in a row, max. At the most, 6 winning days in a row. Using $1,000 per trade, it looks like biggest winning day and biggest losing day are kind of equal at 107. but spread out very few and far between. So I wish I could just whip up something for you, Hada, that looked real juicy in the last 2 hours. It's just the nature of the beast, or the last hour. Um, you know, I would just have to say I have to rely specifically on technicals and, what the chart is saying at that point in time. Whether it's the 200-day, the 50-day, whatever your favorite moving average might be, or is it consolidating on the daily, or, there's just such a multitude of factors that you can fold into what it is that you're looking for. But the bottom line, the takeaway is those things will be present in the last 1 to 2 hours. There's just typically, from an intraday perspective, not going to be as many since volume kind of dies off. But from a technical perspective and the swing perspective, there will be setups, but as you can see by back testing those setups as a whole, they haven't performed with the downturn that we've had, which kind of reminds me of the old oh, it's a stock pickers market or it's a sharpshooters market. You know, it's just a real precision oriented game right now until we've been trending down. Everybody's used to the market trending up, and things have changed. So it's also a very difficult uh, period to be going through, whether you're a seasoned veteran or a new person, a new trader. Is the last hour greater than the final 2 hours? Um, I'd say volume probably picks up a little bit more in the last hour. Things got to get done, orders have to be made. Um, Institutions that may have had, large blocks that they've been fragmenting and chipping away on for the whole day. They might have had a million share sell order in stock XYZ and they still got a couple 100,000 to get out in the last hour. So you might see volume pick up in those types of names. Um, but yeah, that's typically the gist of it. You get a little volume pop in a lot of names in the last hour, probably mainly due to institutional type orders that have to get done before the close. Now I can't say it's better trading opportunity than the hour before the last hour. Um, but typically that's just the way the mechanics of the market work. All right, so not only is PEV still winning, on these races, look, since it took its little pullback here, it's just a steady march back up with that 10 period ruling the roost for now. Of course, these wicks on both sides of these 15-minute candles don't make for easy trading. But let's see here. SARK, not a bad move from the open on SRRK. This was all over the races too. I believe it was the last couple days of last week. Yeah, Friday when it had this big move up to almost $9. But it was all over the races that I watched that day as well. Friday before the holiday. It could be a good idea, Hada, if you're looking at stocks near high of day towards the close, right? So for example, this window here is showing me stocks that are currently at highs or hitting highs like ADTX. Now, if it maintains this position and it is still looking very similar to this, um, towards the close, well, ADTX certainly has been beaten down on the daily. It just keeps, you know, this level of support broke down. And now we've taken another, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, well, little 3 consecutive days down. And now it's trying to, maybe find a little support. Of course, when we look, is there any support? Not really. Not really. Now, if this thing had been basing out, with a well-defined low on the weekly, and then, it might hold this level here, potentially, right? So what was the low there? Of course, this is a micro stock, 13 cents. um, but anyway, if you wanted to take a pop at this one, at least your risk is well defined. Of course, that's barring any gap down, right? But if I was looking for stocks at the end of the day that were hitting highs, I'd also want them to be technically strong on the daily as well, which, the bell going off in my head right now would be the strength alerts. Let's see, why is it not in here? Okay. Hmm. Let me just spawn a new channel bar here. Surely we didn't. Oh, I know why, because we changed the name. See, I keep wanting to call them strength alerts, but we changed the name to swing picks. I didn't really, well, I thought I had on container mode, but I didn't expect my whole layout to disappear, but that's what happened. But anyway, TI strength, which will be renamed TI swing picks. All right. So I tell you what, let me get my layout back open. And if you are looking for swing trade candidates, these would be ones to pay attention to in the last hour because they're going to be technically strong on the longer term charts. Okay. And once you get over to the swing channel, formerly the strength alerts, you can pop this window out and you can have the window that's going to be refreshed every Monday with the fresh swing picks. So, of course, we didn't have a Monday this week, but if we just kind of peruse these chart patterns, they're going to be looking relatively strong, okay, from a technical perspective. The IPS, HQY, they're not going to be down there circling the drain like that one stock that we just looked at. They're going to have technically strong chart patterns. So this would be a great list to peruse in that last hour. If these stocks are hitting highs into the close, then that could be a good indicator that they might end up being good swing trades. In addition to the swing trades, formerly known as strength alerts, everybody that signed up gets the trade of the week as well, which has done extremely well for this week. I believe it was DQ. Here we are at the open yesterday, and we can see what DQ has done yesterday and today. So at least that limits your catalog of symbols to a maximum of 5, right? Okay. All right, William, what sectors are strong other than oil and energy? Do I ever look at the ISM? Okay, so speaking of sectors, I have a window for that. Which I do look at in the first 15 minutes. Sector with CCs. Give me 1 second here, ladies and gents. Okay, so William, have you ever seen this container window right here? Because what I've done here is I've got a top list for some of the main ETFs for each specific sector, accompanied by a compare count that is pointed to each and every one of these sectors and the individual components. Okay. Um, so after the first 15 minutes, I'll look at the sectors that have a buying bias and a selling bias, right? Because every stock in the sector that's hitting a high or a low in that first 15 minutes, the compare count window is keeping count. And let's see what it was after the first 15 minutes today. Okay, so I took a screenshot. This is what it looked like. It looked like after the first 15 minutes or so. So energy, 68% buying bias in the first 15 minutes. Of course, a lot of those things were down, but typically once a bias or, once the cylinder gets above 60% one way or the other, then I'll pay attention to it. So then I'll go look at the respective ETF chart and, if it's got a huge selling bias, but it's about to butt up to an area of major support, well, then you might want to entertain going along in that one. If it's busting out to the upside with a huge upside bias and it's approaching a level that could act as potential resistance and it punches through that, well, then you might want to think about maybe getting long that one, right? These are just ideas, okay? But this is a way to more or less see what's happening underneath with all the individual names. Um, this idea was all kind of born out of the tick, which is a metric that's been around since the market's been around, which just shows us advancers versus decliners as a whole, right? But you can chop that up into sectors or any other specific event that you can put together with an alert window, and then transfer all that information into a compare count window, right? And you can do the same thing with the overall market, looking at advancers versus decliners, seeing if the major index of the SPY is doing, similar type stuff. So here's what I'll do. I'll drop the cloud link for this window in here, just in case anybody wants to start watching it. Yeah, I'm waiting. Don't know what's taking so long though. Okay, well, I tell you what, I'll just pull it right out of my cloud and drop it in here. I've just got so many windows open, that's probably what's getting me. Oh, and while we're on the topic of sectors, Steve just left to go on vacation, but he's been running a race, but based on the sectors, right? So that's another very good idea along the same lines as, individual stock races is sector races. Okay, so first, let me drop this in here for you guys. Well, gotta type in the right word, Jamie. Okay. Okay, here is that one. Who asked the ISM question? ISM manufacturing index? Would that be it? Okay, so let's pull out the sector top list because this is definitely something I'm going to also start paying attention to. Yeah, not really something that I pay attention to, William. Not saying that other people do not or do or do not. Not something that I do. Okay, and I do believe we got a custom list in play here. Okay, sector analysis. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pop that list out first. There's the sector analysis. See, we've got 41 symbols in there. Pretty comprehensive. Okay. First, I'm going to drop the list in there. Oops. Okay, so here are all of the symbols. And I was hoping it would put those in column form. Okay, that's not going to work. Hold on one second. Hmm. Well, let's see if in the other messenger we can get these in there within StreamYard. Yeah, that's gonna, it did the same thing in StreamYard. Well, not really sure how to fix that. But that doesn't look like a ETF list. And it's not. Well, I must have pulled the wrong one because looking at those symbols, those are not sectors. True trade today, but I just noticed those weren't the sectors anyway. So I'll tell you what, let's pull it back over here because watching sector races, I think, is going to be very beneficial. Spider sectors, let's just go in here. Okay. So we could always just, boom, all ADRs. I don't know how that list got so corrupted. And that's not going to be it either. These are all acquisition corps. Huh. Okay. Well, I'm going to have to find another list for that. But keep that in mind. Make yourself a top list, point it to the sectors, and it would be beneficial to watch races of sectors. That could easily give you a heads up as to what sectors might get traction for the day, of course, based on the chart as well, folding that in to the analysis. Hada, obviously we've got this webinar working every weekday, so it's always great to come because there's a different person in here each and every weekday. Then we've got the 5 p.m. Eastern webinars, Monday, every other Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Those are great as well. Is there a way to create an automated strategy in Brokerage Plus? When the target is achieved, it sells at a limit price rather than at the market price. Um, E-Trade, or are you trading live, Igor? And if so, would it be IB or E-Trade? Because we have recently switched our switched to server side orders, and I'm guessing that's what you're getting at there. I'm just looking at my strategy trades. Give me a second here. Okay, I just wanted to get a config window open for a strategy within Brokerage Plus. So when we do set a target, right? So we just set it for whatever, $1 profit, just to pull something out of the air. Notice the custom formula is not active, right? So on the server side now, whenever that target is achieved, for example, in an upward move, if you've got a profit target out there, as soon as that target is hit, the way it's working in E-Trade now is it sends a market order. Most of the time, what I've noticed is I was concerned about slippage, but you're typically selling into momentum, right, on an upswing. So if you're getting a profit target achieved on a long, as soon as that price ticks and you get the market order, I've even found that sometimes I have a little bit of price improvement from whatever the price was on the profit target. So if I had a profit target of $10.10, I'm typically either getting that price or maybe 10, 11, 10, 12 because things move pretty briskly. Um, so that's why I was just curious because our server side technology where, the broker dealer can't see your stop in place. Now that's up for debate whether that's real beneficial or not. But I think that if you have the choice, you'd probably rather not have your stops and profit targets published into a large book. So that's kind of the way it's working right now with Brokerage Plus. I hope that makes sense.
Oh, I'm so glad you're here to answer questions like that, Jamie.
Well,
I've
you
got
know,
zero experience with all that stuff, so I always try to prep people on for well, you and Michael, your days to ask, save up all your Brokerage Plus questions. These are your experts.
Well, and then, I was kind of a weird mindset. I'm like, well, if I put a profit target out there, that's the price that I want. So why would we send a market order out as soon as price is achieved? But
Mm,
then I started seeing results and the fact that they're held server side. I'm like, yeah, not really, not really any different.
right.
Negative slippage is typically associated with an entry, not necessarily an exit. Now, having said that, it would be completely possible, like, just looking at my screen here, SYTA is up here. If my profit target was the top of that candle and then it backed off real quick, yeah, I might have taken a little bit of slippage on an exit. But most of the time, you're not going to be top taking anything, whether it's manual or,
Right.
an automated entry.
Exactly. I mean, to be able to get out at the absolute top penny, excuse me, of the move. I mean, it's not impossible, but it's not likely.
Yeah, it's the exception, not the norm.
Exactly.
Circle to your question here. Played around with IB interactive brokers a long time ago in an automated fashion, but now I'm an E Trade guy. Well, yes,
You heard that, right?
mainly on the short list.
Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah,
Well, of
but
course, I'm limited. In Canada, we don't have E-Trade. We can't use E-Trade, or maybe there's some subset up here, but certainly Interactive Brokers is. I know I'm in the minority, but I've had it for 6 years, and all I look for in a brokerage platform is reliability. And I can't honestly think of one time where it sort of froze on me and caused me all sorts of panic or anything like that in six
it is a
years.
robust it's a robust platform. Really the allure at E-Trade is the commission-free environment,
Right.
but there's trade-offs with everything. Yeah, I guess it's the payment for order flow thing that Canada has an issue with, right?
I guess so. I'd really, to be honest, I'd never really heard the term until, a couple of years ago when they started throwing that around because, yeah, it doesn't exist in Canada. So,
Right, and you usually don't hear E-Trade associated with payment for order flow, but
mhm.
deductive reasoning, you guys can't use E-Trade. Your government banned payment for order flow. Therefore, what assumption might you be able to make about E-Trade? You know,
Yeah,
there
I never thought of it like that,
it's a
but you're
commission-free
right.
environment, and Robinhood and the other commission-free environments are payment. You got to pay. They got to get their lunch money some way. You know,
Yeah,
if they're
on the
getting
other
rid of
hand, Jamie,
commissions, yeah.
but E-Trade only went to no commissions a couple of years ago. So I mean, E-Trade's been around for a long time, and it's never been available in Canada, even when they had.
Oh, that's true. That's a good
So
point.
I'm not sure we can use that induct or deductive reasoning there, but I liked it. I liked it for a while.
Perhaps the right palms have not been greased. We go to the
Maybe,
other. Yeah.
maybe.
Uh-huh. Okay, my friend, are you ready to
I'm
take the
ready.
wheel?
Yeah, let me just get my stream going here. There we are. So I'm now sharing my screen. So if you want to take
Perfect.
off,
All right. We'll
thank you,
see you later
Jamie.
on. All
Okay,
righty.
bye-bye.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Okay, guys, I'm now back in both rooms. Let me get my music going so I can entertain myself while I'm in the void. There we go. And get rid of my message. Okay, now let's take a look at what's happening in the races. Yeah, Pev has really made a nice. I did not, fortunately, did not partake in it. Oh, interesting. You see how that red? That means it pulled back. Okay, that's what that means. It means it pulled back. Not huge, but at one point it was up to what 636, and it pulled back to 614. That's when you see that red. So this is, I mean, guys, this has had a tremendous recovery, after getting all the way up to 668. And then we're probably thinking, I guess it must be dead, 497. But since then, I'm not saying it was easy, and I'm not in it, But I'm not saying it was easy either, because you have these topping tails and bottoming tails all the way up, but there's your trend. Very interesting. So again, a challenge of that high right there, 650. And this box D has just been sneaky, hasn't it? Just kind of been sneaky. Same sort of thing, bottom tails and topping tails. Sometimes just not easy to stay in the trade. I know, if you run that ADMA up to 15, I guess, you could until it actually broke that, you could stay in the trade. But for me, I mean, there are some, pretty big percentage moves down that I'd be unwilling to live through. That's my problem. Meanwhile, yeah, the market just kind of meandering a bit here. So just as I was taking my break, the market was moving down a bit, paused, little bump up. So kind of meandering right now. So wow, yeah, there's the PEV now. It looks like this is almost a high of the day. Is that right? Yeah, it must be a high of the day. 668 is the high of the day. So it looks like it's going to break through that. So my big thing right now is to see if any new stock hits this. We've seen some of the PEVs and the box Ds and the triple Ls, the Rev, of course. Let's see if anything new starts coming in here. This HTCR, of course, that was the one on this day here when they made their big announcement that they were going to be buying back, I don't know, $2 million worth of shares. This is the day that all this nonsense got started. Okay, where these small companies were just putting out a press release saying, you know what, we may buy up to 2 million shares of our company, and that was popping, and that worked on this one. This was the first one to do it. It's the HTCR. After that, I think there were about 4 or 5, maybe 6 others. Certainly nothing like the HTCR. Height of my volume setting is 200,000 minimum. Okay. I bumped it from the 20,000. That is, if you go to the channel, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So my race is based now has to be at least 200,000 shares, as opposed to the 20,000 that if you go to the channel, and then look at the explosive winners. No, I've got nothing for relative volume. I could add, tighten it up a bit maybe, but I haven't felt the need yet. So the only thing I did, there's only one change I made. I also may have changed the price range. Yeah, I think for me it was between 1 and 50, and then I bumped that to 200,000 shares, and that's it. I'm happy enough with the results that I'm getting. And if I look, okay, I mean, look at PEV, all right? Obviously, that's going to be a huge relative volume. 83, box D, 56. I don't know what the VIVK, 7. I'm sure the triple L is going to be big, 22. Revlon, 30. You see, so they're all coming through anyway. I mean, these are all the top ones. So even though I haven't put like even a minimum of of 3 or something for the relative volume. These are all, you know, stocks that are really moving and have high relative volume without even using that filter. It sorts on the delta, the change. I mean, Heidi, you have it, right? All you have to do is right click and show the race setup, number one. Okay, and that's showing you exactly what is, this is the race setup. Meanwhile, holy tamale, look at this PEV. You know, I mean, if somebody had asked me right here if I thought it was over, I would have said, probably. And I mean, this is the biggest. This is turning into be the biggest 50-minute candle of the day. You know, especially if it remains green. It's just the change. It's not. There's no. I don't think there's any value. Delta just means change. So I'm sorting on the change. I want the. I want the. But by doing it that way, I'm going to see the ones that are have changed the most on top. That's all. Okay. That's all. That's all it is. I don't even know if I put a value in. No, it's just, you know, sort on delta value. Okay, so it's just you'll see the ones that have changed the most right on top. If we start this race again, see how the, you know, the it's moving higher and higher as it was. That's all it is. It's just so that you see the ones that are moving the most should be at the top. And this is the sort of thing that will be improved upon. Okay, there's a bit of a server. I don't want to call it server overload, but you know, this takes a little bit of time to move to the top. But you see, this is, you know, 2%. The rest of them aren't really moving or something, or they're less than 2%. If something all of a sudden, now you see what happened with SYTA is that it dropped. It's no longer 2% or 3% now. See, this is the thing, this is the sort of thing that they're working on. But typically you'll just see the ones that are, you know, moving the most at the top. Okay, this is better, right? 2.36, 1.49, 0.72. I mean, this 0.92 in theory should jump because that's all it is. That's all the delta is. Show me the ones that are up, like winning the race at the top, so I can focus on them. Meanwhile, PEV has just gone completely and utterly ballistic, and this is not shortable for me. Never has been shortable for me. Okay, so Haida, did that make sense? If you just accept it, okay, that when you sort on delta, you'll see the ones, you know, that are the biggest percentages ranked. Basically changing the fastest. Thank you. So the ones changing the fastest will be the one changing the fastest will be right at the top, then the next one, and the next one, and the next one, etc. If you just accept that, then you're good to go. Wow, just an absolute wow for PEV. I sort of remember the day it came out as an IPO and it just fizzled. I remember thinking, wow, it was just a fizzle. Exactly. The concept would not work unless you say so. It just, bottom line, just accept it. Don't even question what it actually, what it means. It's just sorting on. It's delta, of course, Greek change. And I've never even tried. I never even thought about what else you would sort on. I mean, obviously there are some other options, but they don't interest me. No, no sound alert for new stocks. No, because it's still based on top list technology. So top list, as you know, no sound alerts. But it's pretty obvious. Just keep, just look at the top. And if screen space is a problem, I mean, you can shrink this down. Just see the top five. And remember, guys, I mean, the use of the race is sort of limitless. I mean, if you just want to track your own symbols, if you had 10 symbols, 10 favorite stocks, either changing daily or, the same 10 you want to trade all the time, create a race based on that. Those 10. All you have to do is, create the parameters for the race, and then in the top list, just attach that symbol list to the top list. So it'll only look at those symbols as an example. So there's, all sorts. If you want to do things on the fly, you see a good looking chart and you think, man, I like to have this in my top list window. You just click on the heart. Okay. And then make sure the top list window that you're going to be following, it would look something like this then. Imagine if I were doing this all day long. So here's a top list window. So you create the top list window. And if I click on configure and then symbol lists. So if you have never clicked on the heart before, the first time you do, you will see it goes into a symbol that's called my liked. We've created that for you. So if you start clicking on hearts all day long saying, wow, I want to follow this one, I want to follow this one, I want to follow this one, and I want it be in the race format. Oh, that's all you have to do. You just click on the heart, it'll go into this symbol list called my liked, and then make sure this is just a drop down menu, and you just click only the following list and check it. So that every time you click on a heart, it'll be added to that, and your race will only track those symbols, as an example. You don't have to do that, of course, but there's all sorts of possibilities. You know what, Pepe? I sort of thought so. I thought it was something to do with Scotia or one of the banks, but not free commissions. Anyway, I think free commissions are overrated, but it is my opinion. You know, in the same vein as the PEV, not that it was quite as dramatic, but the triple L. I mean, there's nothing saying that this won't, what time is it? 1:16. In the last couple of hours, there's nothing saying this won't start to break out again. I mean, I have no idea if it's going to, but I mean, that had just a tremendous run from $1.30 all the way up to 240 before it really gave it up. I mean, this is to me anyway, VIVK. I mean, look left, 267. It did get up to 274. I mean, if it takes out 260, 270 again, I mean, this could get running again. And then just look left on that daily chart, 367 3 days ago. I mean, that is a big, big gap there. That's an interesting analogy. Yes, A trade. See, the thing with the top list, I mean, you can't tell what is really moving. All you can do is sort on different columns. So yeah, you could see, what the biggest change from the open is, or the biggest change from the close, or the stocks near the high of the day, above yesterday's range, what the biggest relative volume is. You can sort on all these columns, but you cannot tell if it's moving or not. That's the thing. You cannot tell. With the races, you can now tell when something is moving in a top list. Yeah, Stratton, I see I'm backing off virtually all scans now in favor of racing. So until I see something that's going to change my mind. But thank you though. I'm sort of dubbing the racing sort of a hybrid between topless and an alert window. So yeah, Mike, I can't share the layout, but I can direct you to my homepage, and you can take a look at individual scans. I'll probably add this race to my homepage at some point, but if you go to my homepage and then click on the scan section, I don't think it's going to help swing trading yet, Haida. Let me see who is. Give me a moment. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's going to help swing trading at all. That will be a symbol list, yes, real. So yeah, I mean, if you have, I know you know how to create a symbol list. So I mean, if you want to put all your ETFs in there, Eventually, we're going to be able to share symbol lists. In other words, that's been the problem. I might have a scan that is looking at my symbol list. I can't share it. I mean, I can copy it and give it to people. All they're going to see is they'll just see the sort of the boilerplate of this, but they won't see the symbol list because the symbol list is unique to each person's account. Eventually, we're going to be able to do that. So if I had a symbol list and I wanted to share this scan and there was my symbol list attached, we'll be able to do it. But right now we can't. No, there's nothing. No, William. It's just that it's totally visual. But understand that I'll be honest. I've really just looked at this all day long. Okay, that's all I'm looking at. I'm not really looking at anything else. So I don't mind, so when I see something, starting to really start to rev up, okay, great. So Mike, the other thing is if you want this, this bigger gainers from the open, this particular race, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, I can give that to you. I think it's all about focus now for me, William, I mean, I was running into because I try to all the different opportunities that you can get from, of course, trade ideas, all the different scans, alerts, top lists. So, I have too many open, but now I can just focus on, this, maybe a couple of others, but that's it. And then you look at this, you look at the ones that led the most. There's a good watch list right now. On this right-hand side where it says one PEV, that means it won 11 races today. Box D won 8. Triple L was 6. So you could just make a symbol list with these and follow them if you wanted. I'm still trying to figure out why I'm not getting bigger losers. Bigger percentages. I'm trying to figure that out. It doesn't make any sense to me. We're getting 9% here for PEV, and the most I've ever seen is about 1%. So there must be something I'm doing wrong in this one. But look at AERC. I mean, this was just losing all day long. AERC. Well, for me, it's not about more trades. Maybe I'll call them. I've taken. I don't think I've taken any more trades, but I feel they're maybe more quality. But it's more about focus, 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 focus. Instead of my having to click down here and then click up here and click over here in fact, I got rid of my gap continuation or reverse. I got rid of it. You know what? I don't need it anymore. Well, it's not, but remember, blue collar, it's not how much is down, it's how much it is moving in relation to the rest of them at the start of the race. It's got nothing, I mean, because it's going to tell me, for instance, IMAB, that minus 0.44% is not how much it's down for the day. Minus 0.35%, but it is down, 4.25%. I want them to clean this up. I've asked them to maybe give us different colors. I don't like this red on black. Yeah, I mean, each race, starts, once this race finishes, it's a 4-minute race. And of course, I'm doing 4. There's no magic to that. I could do 3, I could do 5, I could do 1 minute, I suppose. I don't know why I chose 4. I just chose 4. Once that race is over, then it's just think of it like this. Here's a big, okay, so here is the symbol list that it's getting things from. Something down here could be really starting to move. I would never see it. So once the race starts, something down here could be really moving. All you're seeing are the top ones, as you have them sorted, but something could be really moving in relation to the rest of them. That's what it's all about. In relation to the rest of the ones in your top list, what is moving the most? And I'm fine tuning this. I'm fine tuning this. I don't have all the answers yet by any stretch. Well, again, Haida, it's it's getting me to focus more, okay, on fewer symbols. So yes, I would say for sure, because it's getting me to focus on fewer symbols, I'm not missing the moves that I may have missed before when I was, clicking here and clicking on another, other alert windows or checking other top list windows. It's all about focus now for me. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. But listen, it may not be for everybody. And I'm sure it isn't for everybody. It wasn't for me until maybe last week. You'd never see it, blue collar. You wouldn't necessarily see how fast it's going. Yeah, you would see the ones at the end, but you just wouldn't see it as dynamically. I think it's also the way it's presented for me anyway. Okay, got your reel. I was sort of following that, but okay, gotcha. Yeah. All right, guys, I am just trying to see if there's anything on the downside that I can get. So again, blue collar, if you put the change from 5 minute as an example, as a column, yeah, and you sorted on that, yes, you would see the ones that are right at the top, the ones that have changed the most in the last 5 minutes. Absolutely. But how would you know? What if one of these ones, down here was all of a sudden really running? You wouldn't know that. Okay. It's just not a matter of seeing the ones, the biggest change from the open. That's not the idea. It's what is moving right now. So that's the way I look at it. All right, guys. Let's see. Nothing really new is coming through. I'm really interested to see if some new song. What's this BTTX doing as an example? Hmm. So you see, this is what has to be fixed. Okay, this is just getting staggered too much, and they know. Believe me, they know. I am not using the default settings. No, I mean the only change I've made. So you're talking about here, aren't you? Dock channel bar, explosive winners. This is what it is based on. You're talking about this? Yeah. So no, I've upped it to 200,000 shares. Okay. So I've upped it to 200,000 shares from 20,000 shares. And for me, I've just put, I think, a top of $50. That's it. Other than that, it's the same. But the big change is 200,000 shares because I was starting to see some ones that were moving and, hardly any volume. So I upped it to 200,000. Other than that, it's exactly the same. Now, my guess is that most of the things we would see right now are probably, you got to really expand this to see the volume, I guess. But anyway, the clear cut winner all day long, PEV. And actually, even a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart for PEV. And that uptrend, that momentary pause at 115, looks like it's totally engulfed by that previous green candle. And then the trend continues. That's what it's based. It's always based on the change from the open, Joe. Are you talking to me? Yeah, it's yeah, biggest gainers from the open. Now, look, you want to go change from the close? I mean, that's fine. You want to, do it on another. I mean, it's endless. I mean, as long as you have a column in your top list, you can do it on any column. But for me, my style of trading anyway, I certainly love this change from the open. See, I mean, I like the Omer sort of, but not really. Sort of, not really, maybe. Because look at it, 277. Look left, 278, 277, 271, 289, 297. For me, just too much resistance. So even though I don't know, maybe it'll just continue and it'll smoke right through that three. That's why just because it's winning a race or it's up there, doesn't mean I'm just going to take the trade. What is the green border chart on the top right of your screen? The green, so this is the top right. Are you talking about this biggest gainers from the open? It's not a chart, but it's a race. Is that what you mean? Okay, it's a race. So I will direct people, you want to learn more about races. You can hear me talk about it and all that, but I mean, you may forget some of the things I'm saying, of course. So best thing to do is to go to the guide and at least get the basics behind what the racing is all about. And let me just give you the link to my homepage. Yeah, I'm doing something wrong, Pepe. I'm absolutely doing something wrong. Just let me keep going with Kebby. Excuse me. So if you click on if you click my homepage link, then you're going to be taken to this page. Okay, then I go to the education section right here. Then go to the user guide, click on the user guide, and then scroll a little bit down to where it says TI stock race. There are a couple of videos and a bunch of text that explains what the concept of the stock racing is all about. You should have an idea about that. And this is an example of a stock race. But it'll explain like what the like the basis behind it all is. So this is what it looks like. So I'm perplexed. I must be doing something. So here's the race setup. Change from the open. Delta. Biggest loser wins. New feature. Racing has been around for a while now. I would say several months, but I've just sort of personally warmed up to it in the last say couple of weeks. I wasn't able to really figure out a way to use it, but I think I figured out a way to use it so that it'll almost be the exclusive way I use trade ideas. Maybe I should be clicking on descending. Yeah, it is on. Well, it is on. It is on. It is on ascending. But I don't see how else I can do anything differently. And this is just the flip. Configure. I mean, this is just literally the flip. Got to be down at least 2% instead of up 2%, and everything else is, 200,000 shares. That's it. Really. Why don't you drop the link in then so I can take a look at it? Change from the open with biggest on top. Could that be it? Yeah, Mike, there is no way to move the watermark. No, sorry. So Sam, again, if you go to my homepage, and click on the homepage link, and go to the. When you do that, you'll see. Okay, so you'll see this education section. Click here, as it says. Click on the user guide, and then scroll down till you see TI stock race. Okay, and that'll give you a good overview about what it's all about. So Pepe, when do you give me your cloud link then for it, and let me take a look at it, because I'm obviously doing something wrong. It should always say, if you're doing it right, the race setup, it should say change from the open. This is a drop-down menu, yes, but you have all sorts of different columns that you can choose from, and I just based on change from the open percent. I mean, if I give you mine, that is a basis in which you can start if you like what my settings. Okay, maybe that's it. But I thought I looked at that. I actually thought I did look at that. You know why, Joe? It's because your top list doesn't have the change from the open as a column, I guess. If it just says change from the close, you have to have your top list. If you're using your own top list to do it, it has to have that as a header, change from the open, so you can pick it. You can pick anything in a top list, as long as you have the heading up here. Okay, I'll change it to smallest on top and see what happens. But I'll take a look at yours. It's just, okay. All right, let me see what you're getting. This BTTX, guys, I know I mentioned it before. This is, so it's had the pullback. Okay, sure. So I need a top list. Do you have one for me? You can just give me a top list rather than my having to construct it. Has to be a top list. Yeah, I actually, Omni, I actually, okay, I can use pre-market active, sure. Well, actually, I did one. I did one for that. Let me just see if I can find it. You're right, though. Load from cloud. Um, Pre-market actives up. How about that one? Okay, I can, because I actually was running it in the pre-market just to see what it would look like. So we'll go down. And again, don't get hung up, anybody watching this, don't get too hung up on how muddled it looks. One of the things I'm finding is that the more you have, it is a real overload on our server right now. So I've got now like one, two, three, four, I've got five of them running. And that probably is too many. And this is why you're getting this sort of jumbled mess. I'm going to be in this not the development meeting, but the Q&A at 2 o'clock with Brad and Dan. Certainly going to ask Brad questions like that. You know, what is a limitation right now? We're going through a huge process that hopefully will be done by the end of the year, moving to cloud-based servers, and that'll allow a lot more data. And okay, at least I'm getting -2% here. At least yeah, I agree. It is hard to read. I completely 100% agree. You know, I'm overlooking that now. That's all. You know what, real? Why don't I give these to you? Okay, so you can, because one of the reasons why it is hard to read is because I got too many going. Okay, because you see what's happening over here on this one that I was looking at all day. It wasn't looking like this. So I can give you both of these. Okay, so let me just, and then you can play around with them. So this is the down, pre-market actives down. And then the next one is the pre-market actives up. So I mean, look what happened. Once I got rid of them, you see it looks a lot better. Is it perfect? No, but it's way better. Well, look at this PEV. I mean, that's all you really had to do was just kind of keep an eye on this PEV all day long. Was it the easiest, back here? Maybe not. But at the beginning, it had a beautiful, beautiful unobstructed run at the very beginning. So, Ital Trader, I got to ask you, are you doing a lot of trading at 4 in the morning, Toronto time? Got to ask the question because I know you were one who really, really wanted that our data earlier. And there's the VEDU, VEDU. Yeah, I mean the VEDU. So what sort of room does it have? See, 168, I just look left and I think, man, I mean, that 168 could stall it. So consequently, even though it looks interesting, obviously this would have been in the racing down here for sure. The minute it made that sort of a move, there's no question it would have been in this racing gear. Now, the other thing that they're working on is the ability to do replays. Um, Replay, yeah, replay last race. So there's going to be, but I think you can replay a race for the entire day, something like that. So you can kind of take a look at to see what was like, and you'll see stocks moving up and down, up and down, up and down. Give you an idea of what happened. Well, I know Ital, but we've had that data now for several months. So I'm just curious, because I know you were one really wanted that data starting at 4 in the morning Eastern time. So you can do the replay? Okay, I wasn't sure if that was just part of the development or it is part of the beta that is available to everybody. I guess it's a cool feature, but I'm not sure I would have any use for it. But hey, can't be selfish. Wow, look at SYM. Look at this stock, how crazy it has been today. All the way up 18, dropping $3.50 again. This SYM. Just give me a moment, guys. My little robot has disappeared. Just give me a moment. Okay, found it. See, so this is, for me, this is a little interesting. You know, I saw MRSN earlier, and look what it's doing. All right. So MRSN is just hanging around the high of the day. It's not making a big move right now, but could it? Okay. And I would not have seen it unless it was right there that I could click on it. And so could it? Now, if you look at the daily chart, I mean, I can't see anything blocking it. Of course, I have to look at the weekly chart. And on the weekly chart, 498 is the next high, so 5. So I mean, it's got a little bit of room from 450 to 5. That wouldn't be terrible. You know, if it gets running again, that wouldn't be the worst. You know, you can make 30 or 40 cents on something like this on a 450 stock. So I have to, but is it moving yet? And you've got to go back a few weeks, you know, you've got to go back to April of this year, April, we see these highs. 200-day, 593. Okay, yeah, so that's certainly far enough away. So, I mean, if this gets rolling, I'm in, you know, I'm in. I'm just going to take the trade. Again, this is not a recommendation for you guys to do it, but no, I see. Kirk is from Zach Scan. What did he get up to? 416. So guys, you know, if you want to learn more about racing and stuff, you know, you should attend. I'm 100% sure Dan is going to talk at length about racing, and Brad will be there also. You know, these are the guys, Brad's more the technical of the two. And so, you know, you can attend today's Q&A with Dan and Brad if you're really interested or get a little more insight into it. And you can ask questions. Okay, so I can give you that link for the webinar this afternoon at 5 o'clock Eastern time. That is the one that I help on. I'm not on the mic. I just kind of help out on. I don't like to attend it because a lot of times, you know, they let me know what is maybe some of the upcoming features just in general are going to be. So again, if you click on my link and go to the education section, let's go to the education section. And if you scroll down to where it says webinars, daily webinars, okay? So you can just fill this out and they'll, about an hour before the webinar starts, again, it's at 5 o'clock Eastern, they'll give you a link. It's probably, I think it's a GoToWebinar link, okay? And then you can You can attend the webinar. Even if you don't want to attend it live, you'll be sent an email, a video of it. You are more than welcome. Boy, look at Rev, guys. Look at Rev. Look at what it is trying to do here. Yeah, my hindsight account makes a lot of money. Just give me a moment, please. So, there are all sorts of other ways to run these races. I know if you follow Chris at all, he's got, I mean, look at this Rev, guys. He's got some, I might even have it. He's got some based on Bollinger Bands. And he says that he's able to, let me see if I've saved his. No. Why don't I do this? I'll get him to give me a link to it. Yes, you're right. You're right. Kiss from the Biggest Losers. You're right. I also saw the other one. So here you go. Here you go, William. What I'm going to do is just going to configure it. Look at Rev, guys. I mean, look at Rev. How can you not be looking at Rev? REV. Just mentioning it right here, and had nothing to do with the race really. And though it probably, no, I'm surprised it's not showing up here, but Rev, Pev. I think isn't there an EV? There's an EV. There's a SEV. We could do this all day. The other thing, as crazy as it sounds, this is making trading interesting for me again. You can get into a real rut sometimes, and it's just made it way more interesting and fun again for me. Yeah, I don't mind. I probably won't get rid of this because believe it or not, most of them are here and there are so few anyway, and it gives me a little audible, so that's fine. I don't mind that. I may even completely and utterly change my channel and just base it on my top list that I'm using and run races on it instead of having, these alert windows here. So Hall, I'm not sure I know what you mean. In here, I create a watch list for my watch list. Okay. If you're talking about this is just based on a. I'm not sending anything. This is a top list window, so I'm not sending anything to it. If that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I don't send anything typically during the day. This is just something that I do overnight, and then I add a few in the morning, and then it's set for the day. I do it manually. There is no, it's not auto. I should be in this, well, I'm just waiting to see how, I mean, I'm in this MRSN. I mean, it hasn't done very much, but if it starts moving up a little bit more, I'll be happy enough. Just testing all this stuff, guys. Zach Weber, take a look at Weber. Weber was a real crazy one. Now look at that short float percent, 57%. Came up with their earnings on, well, a while back. Yeah, my problem with Vedu is that, at least when I saw it, it was, okay, it hadn't broken through this 168 yet, and I guess it has now. Okay, it has now. Yeah, meanwhile, look at the SPY. No kidding. Look at the SPY, guys. This has been an impressive day. The huge recovery, and then it looked like, oh, okay, maybe not. And then the base, and now a little pop. I mean, we're positive unbelievably 2 days in a row. Maybe I shouldn't jinx it. We still have an hour and 50 minutes left, but we might go positive 2 days in a row. We haven't had that for back on May the 26th and 27th. So almost a month ago before we had two positive SPY days in a row. Hmm. Yeah, I think the problem is Chris gave it to me, but I think he's got a custom formula in there. But this is racing on Bollinger Bands, 15-minute Bollinger Bands. Okay, there's no custom in here. Okay, so I guess, so let's see what this one does. And this is, you know, if you have the Bollinger Bands on your 15-minute chart. Great name. Cure, yes. Okay, I'm just looking at a couple of his. So he's got FRG coming in here, and I see there's a big move on FRG right here. So one of the things I don't want to do is get overwhelmed with a bunch of races, even if you know, they fix the issue of not being able to have. Right now, you can't have too many, otherwise the system gets bogged down. But you know, I don't want to get into the, you know, a similar situation. You know, wanting to see all sorts of different sort of races. NVAX, haven't seen that one for a while. Okay, blue. I had an alert, a price alert set for blue for some reason. I see why. So it's just taking out these high. Wow. So it just took out that high of the day. I mean, this obviously still has some room. Look left, 617 is the next high. Not saying it's going to get up there, but this is this has definitely got the room. Now, Mike T, you asked a question about the watermark. I think, I may be wrong. Ooh, where would it be? Chart style. Okay, so you can. So Mike T, somebody asked in the YouTube room, is there a way to move the Trade Ideas watermark to the bottom left-hand corner? So there is not, but if you find it too obtrusive, I believe you can do something like this. First, you can change the color. What happens when I do that? Nothing. Ah, you can get rid of the watermark if you don't like it. Okay, so right now, so if I right click properties and it says show watermark, so if I uncheck it, gone. I probably shouldn't do that, but okay. So Mike, are you listening still in our YouTube room? Okay, so if you didn't want the watermark, you could get rid of it. Okay, right click and then go to properties, and then you see it, obviously it is checked. It says show watermark, but if I uncheck it, it's gone. Ah, but so does the symbol, which is not what you want. That doesn't make sense, does it? Come on, Pepe, help me. So you cannot get rid of trade ideas without getting rid of the symbol. I see. Well, they would probably say we don't want you to be able to get rid, but it doesn't make sense that they give you the option. Anyway, I'm still waiting on the MRSN, guys. I am going to hang in there. I'm in at 458, so there's no big move yet. I just want to see if it has any sort of a run into that high here. Try something here. All right, guys, I'm just again biding my time right now. Not doing too much. MRSN. I'm just going to hang on. I remember I was in one yesterday that took about half an hour, and then all of a sudden just popped. I can't remember. I think it might have been Box D. I think it might have been Box D that just didn't do anything for a bit, and then all of a sudden it just took off. Yeah, I want to find a way to pull something like Kirk into here, which of course has to be, this is the top list. Hmm. Okay, give me a moment here. All right, I'm just trying something. Aha. So I got the Kirk. That's what I wanted to see, if I can make a change and get the Kirk in it, and I was able to do that. I know it's all jumbled up. I know, I know, I know. All right, so now this looks a little cleaner once I got rid of a few things. All right, guys, it's 2:26, so in about half an hour, I will be probably muting myself. The room will be open until 3:30, and at 3:30, I'll put the YouTube link in. Chris will be there between 3:30 and 4:30, and then I'll be in that webinar at 5. So it's my long day. So one last look at my homepage. All right, you click on my homepage link, and this is what you'll see. I think the promo code has been changed. Yes, there it is. Barry for Alpha, 15% off, first month only, or the entire year. So you can click on this. We have 4 plans, an annual for both premium and standard. Let's take a look. So annual, monthly, premium, standard. Okay, so annual premium is 2,000 a year minus the 15%. Standard is 1,000 minus the 15%. Big difference is the AI. I haven't really talked about the AI today at all. It's been kind of blah. Don't take out an annual unless you know you want the product. William, you just subscribed. I didn't realize you were living in BC. Standard 118, 228. Take the 15% off. Okay. For the first month only. Now, if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. At any point, if you do decide, you know what, I wouldn't mind an annual, we will honor the 15%. If you do take out a subscription, do this first. Mandatory. The Let's Get Started. Take you about 30 minutes, 10 little videos. Starts off with the download and installation and the first startup and login, etc. Please take the 30 minutes to get a little bit of aware of what the software is all about. You can sign up for the stock of the day video that I do at noon, free. Trade of the week, free. What a trade of the week this week. DQ, what a trade of the week. Free service. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. My scans that I'm sharing, I'm probably going to have to add some races. PEV, just making new highs, guys. And all the education here. So, lots of education. Learn more about the races. Go to the user guide and scroll down until you see TI stock race. And you know what? You want to talk about racing with with Brad and Dan, co-founders of Trade Ideas? Sign up for the webinar today. And the daily support sessions. Chris will be in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, it's a great little free series that Michael Noss, a trader, has put together. Starts off with what is a stock. So save my link. Save my link. Then you can look at all this anytime you want. Yeah, Vedu, VEDU. A Canadian, where are you? Now there's Kirk showing up now. What I did was, and it may not be the right thing to do right now because I may bog the system down. I increased the count to 250 in the from 100 in the top list. I think I'm okay because I don't have very many other top list windows open. But that's, now we see Kirk right up here. So they did make some kind of announcement this morning, but it was certainly a delayed reaction for this move. I don't know what this means exactly. Announces the sale of Amaze at NODA. I don't know. There must be something in the States. But that was this morning. And, the market didn't react at all, unless there's something else that's hitting it. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Actually, guys, give me a little longer. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. So I see that PEV is halted on the way down. Other than, I mean, Stifel maintains a buy. That was early though. And then I'm just seeing a 1313, 113. So that's still a target of 24. You know, I don't know. I mean, I'm seeing this. I mean, that's hitting at 113, but that was also earlier in the day. So, you know, obviously a very aggressive price target of 24 when the stock's at 9. I don't know if that's the reason. Did the memers get a hold of this one? Yeah, okay, so I see this, the short squeeze candidates to watch. Revlon, of course, Tuscan, Weber, TXMD, what are you doing? Certainly a delayed reaction with Weber. I mean, really a delayed reaction. But yeah, man, what a move now. And of course, you want to short this one, don't you? Adam, okay, Adam, can you hear me? Adam, can you hear me? Can you see what I'm going to do? Thoughts on PEV? Well, I mean, is it out of the halt yet? Yeah, well, it's halted on the way down. So, obviously you have to wait and see what happens when it comes out of the halt. Is this going to halt? I mean, right now, it doesn't look good. I mean, this is a projection of what might happen, 652. So it's halted at 7. So hard to know. So Adam, can you hear me? All right, guys. Well, the MRSN is not really doing too much. I'm in at 458. It's at 455 right now. I'm going to hang on just to see. Be interesting to see what happens with the PEV when it comes out of its halt. Obviously, it's going to be more than well, if it's a 10-minute halt, it'll open in about 5 seconds, not 5 seconds, 12 seconds from now. It halted right here, 232 plus 32 seconds. So 242 plus 32 seconds is getting 2-1 open. So there it is. So it dropped. It dropped. So, I mean, it's pretty dicey now. All right. Sorry, man. That is not appropriate in this room. I'm sorry. we we are apolitical and a-religious in this room. Okay. No, no, I'm not dumping on. I don't care what your religion is. I don't care who you vote for. It's just we don't talk about stuff like that in this room. Well, that's a little overboard though, Z, in my opinion, okay? Sports is a little usually no, non-confrontational, so I'm sorry. Okay, Adam, can you hear me, Adam? You have to answer me, man. Adam, can you hear me? Simple question, Adam. You can read the text, hopefully. Can you hear me? Okay, good. So you have to, okay, well, first of all, hopefully you're using our downloadable application, okay? If you're using our web-based version, you can't do it. So assuming you do have the downloadable application, then you have to load, you click on new and make sure you load Brokerage Plus. Okay, so I'm going to ask you step by step. So I will hope that you will say something like, yes, I have loaded Brokerage Plus so that you see this screen. By the way, can you see my screen, Adam? Because you need to have this screen up and running. Then you click on Holly AI. If you don't have that tab, you have to add it. But I really have to get a little more interaction with you, okay? You have to let me know if you can, if you're following along what I'm trying to tell you. Basically, you just click on simulation. You click on the simulator. You click on Holly AI. Here are the strategies for today, and you just turn them on. So if you right click, you can pick the ones you want, highlight them, and then right click and enable 10 selected strategies. Now they're all on. Now you're ready to go. And you have to do this every day. You have to turn them on every single day. And that's a safeguard. All right, guys, it is 2:47 now. So Adam, I don't know if that helped you or not. No, it isn't. Only individual scans, a Trader, and then this is not in my. What happened here, by the way? This is not in my home page yet. I'm gonna have to put. I guess I'm gonna have to put this in my home page. but only individual scans are available. What the heck happened here? I've lost some data. Guys, something's happened. I have lost a connection. Now my ball, now that ball is green. Let's see if I start getting stuff back again. I don't know if it's my internet connection or not. Let me just do a check on another website and see if. Hmm. Anybody else lose data? Yeah, something's going on, and I don't think it's my internet connection because I'm able to do other things, but let me just. Yeah, so something's going on with my connection. True enough, Jado, you're right. If you can hear me, you're right. Yeah, there's something going on because of this 245, so it's at 250 now. So something is not updating. So something's going on with my connection, which is a good segue into maybe putting myself on mute anyway. Yeah, it could be the server I'm on. There are multiple servers. It could be the one I'm on. Well, Adam, you said you could hear me, Adam. I mean, I told you what to do. You don't have to. When you say to make Holly trade after you pick up the trading scan, okay, I showed you exactly what you have to do. You have to have a Holly tab. You have to have the broker. You have to answer my questions. Do you have Brokerage Plus up? Do you have it? Do you have a screen that's called Brokerage Plus up and running? And then if you do, then you have to have the Holly tab here. If you don't, you right click up here and then you can you have to add the Holly tab. I'm sorry, click up here, new, and then add the Holly tab if you don't have it. But I need some help, Adam. I need some help. You have to tell me if you can hear me. If you have the Holly tab, then you click on it and then you highlight them all, just like I'm doing. And then you right click and enable them. Now they're on. Now they're on. That's all you have to do. Well, guys, yeah, this is interesting. I have no data. Yeah. I don't have a green ball. Well, I sort of do. It's now I do, but then I don't. So I know why. Well, it's interesting. The chart loads, but no data. Okay, guys, I'm going to have to obviously. I was asking the guys at development. Maybe there is the server I'm on is having an issue. Lucky you with a PEV short. No shorts for me at Interactive Brokers. See if I can even save my layout. Now he's talking about in the simulator too, Pepe. At least that's what he. At least that's what he said. He was talking about simulation trading. Nothing really to do. Ah, the count edit. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. So now you have to check simulation. Okay. See how many times I've done this. Well, because you have to assign every strategy how you want it to trade. And so you're telling it you want it to do in the simulator. I would have thought that in the simulator, because it's not real money, all you have to do is just click sim and it automatically will go there, but I guess not. So you have to turn, number one, Adam, you have to turn all the strategies on. Okay, just like I'm doing, I'm highlighting them. You right click, enable. You have to do this every day, every single day. The reason is that if you are ever trading this live, you better know you're doing this. Okay, so this is a sort of a safeguard. And then each strategy, you have to right click, edit the long trading strategy, and then as Pepe said, click on account, click on edit, and pick simulation in the account. Okay, then save it. And you have to do that one by one, I guess. Let's see if that, you're probably right. If you do edit long trading instructions, that probably does it for every one of them. Yeah, it does it for every one of them. Okay. Yeah, obviously when you've got a short one, yeah. So for the long ones, yeah, so you'd have to highlight the long ones. They're all on, and then right click, edit, edit long trading instructions. Click on that when it says account, edit, and then pick simulation trading default. save it, and then go to your short one if you want. Edit the short trading instructions. Edit, account, simulation, trading, save. You got to do it. I'm assuming you have to do that every day. Have you ever traded before, Adam? Because you're talking about auto trading the AI, which we don't agree with. So I'm not sure. Not sure that is the best thing you can do. So to sum up, you got to turn all the strategies on, and then you've got to go to your long strategies, edit long trading instructions, and make sure you pick where it says account, click on edit, make sure, then click on simulated trading default and save it. And then if you do want to have your short strategy on, you have to do the same thing. Right click, edit the short trading, make sure it says simulated trading default. If it doesn't, edit it and save it. And you probably have to do that every day. And again, it is a safeguard. If you ever were going to be trading, live, you really have to know what you're doing. Meanwhile, I have no data. And everything stopped for me at 2:45 for some reason. What I'm going to do is I want to save my layout. See if I can come back in. Hey, data. So that's all I had to do. Just exit and come back for whatever reason. Interesting. That has not happened to me in a long time. Well, every time an alert would come in, Adam, every time an alert would come in, well, this is what I would do. Give me a moment. You can see the alerts that happen if you click on File, New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades Window. These are the ones that have happened today. Now I have it filtered on any profitable, but so these are the ones. Okay, these are the only alerts today. So if you had in the simulator and you turn them all on and chose your simulated account and all, it would have taken these trades automatically. But I have to caution you, I don't know what sort of a trader you are, how new you are to trading, because we certainly don't recommend auto trading the AI, but yeah, I mean, there's more, there's a lot to it also because, if you don't understand offsets, limit offsets, I think the guide, Holly guide that Pepe's got there will explain what limit offsets are because a lot of times you'll think, I'm going to enable all these strategies, okay? And let me just, yeah, you've got to do it every day. Okay, so you have to understand what a limit offset is. You see, when you edit the trading instructions, and notice it says minus 11 cents. So what that means is this, as an example, and this is, you have to understand what all this means, but especially that limit offset, because that's a common, I don't want to call it complaint. People will say, hey, I've enabled all my strategies. I've done everything correctly. I've assigned the account, but it didn't take the trade. And it depends on, again, that limit offset. So that says minus 11 cents. So what does that mean? That means that let's just pretend that Oxy, the entry, when you get the real-time alert, it's 55.31. But what if it was moving very, very fast? So even though you're in auto trade mode, let's just say you only had a limit offset of 5 cents. What that's telling the system to do is that, okay, you got an alert at 55.31. How much outside of that alert are you willing to go to take the trade? So if you have a limit offset of minus 5 cents as an example, that means if you got the alert at 55.31, you'd be willing to take the trade all the way up to 55.36, 5 cents. Well, that's got nothing to do with the AI, Adam. Those are your own strategies, okay? It's nothing to do with the AI. Okay, you're talking about now your own strategies, in which case you'd have to create your own strategy, save it to the cloud, or if you got one of mine, you save it to the cloud, and then when in the strategies here, I don't do this at all, okay? So I'll just tell you that. But in the strategies, you'd have to click on your strategies tab, and you right click and new trading strategy. Give me a moment. Tell how long I've been. Yeah, sorry. So you would right click and then you'd load from cloud. So if you've saved it, then you'll see it, and then you just load it. You pick what you want to do, pick whenever one you want. So I don't have anything here that slam into the 130. I'll just, that it's an alert window, load it. So I'm going to add to the existing strategies. So here it is. I just added. If you've never done it before, this will be blank. So now you've got slam into, so now I've got this one in here. Now you have to edit the strategy. Now this is involved, Adam, okay? I mean, the guide really, you should look at the guide because now you've got to figure out, okay, how are you going to trade this? What entry? Are you willing to take a trade 5 minutes after the open or up, or start 11 o'clock, an hour and a half after the open? What time are you going to go to? There's a lot to this. So you really, Pepe gave you the guide there. Order details. Are you going to use a stop loss based on a stop loss? Or is it going to be fixed shares? Is it going to be fixed dollars? Pretty involved. So I would look at the guide first to, if you're really bound and determined that you're going to do something like this, and then you just turn your strategy. So once you set up everything, how you want to trade it, and what happens, then you turn it on. You just turn it on. So now it's on. So every time an alert came in, it would trade the symbol as per your trading instructions. Were you not in the YouTube room when, did you not ask that question, or somebody asked that question of Jamie about, a limit price versus a, see, I don't do any of this, guys, okay? But, so I'm not 100% sure okay, you didn't hear. I think he said no, but I think he said no, because he was talking about his E-Trade account. I was listening and I thought, somebody asked that question. So there you go, Pepe, no with E-Trade. With IB, I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Very, 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 very few of our customers auto trade. Yeah, I mean that's a conspiracy theory, a theorist, I suppose. Do you really think they care about, especially the ones that we do, the little ones that we do? I mean, that is the theory, so they can't see the orders. I get it, but I think Jamie even answered that. I remember he said he didn't see any difference. No, I know. Dan went on about it. I know, but that's Dan. Okay. I don't get too hung up on stuff like that. I just don't. All right, guys, it's 3:12, so I'm going to put the announcement in. I'll be here until the room will be open until 3:30, and then Chris will take over in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. Just going to put myself on mute. But then, Adam, you can ask the same questions of Chris. He'll be there between 3:30 and 4:30. I know you were in the room yesterday, and the thing about a room like this is that we need a little interaction. Okay, if I ask you a question, I have to number one, I have to know if you heard me, and so we need a little bit of interaction. Otherwise, we just move on. I guess in theory that would be correct, Igor. If you could get exactly the price you want, yes. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put myself on mute now. Okay, Adam, one things you have to do is watch this video. Okay, I'm going to put this Brokerage Plus link in. Okay, so the Brokerage Plus link, it has two videos. The first video, there's a short video that shows how, if you have an E-Trade or an IB, Interactive Brokers account, how you would connect. Okay, not just trading Holly, but anything. Okay, I mean that's the first step. You have to connect. You have to have, and you'll see in our toolbar it says Brokerage Plus, and then underneath it says Live and Simulation. So, you have to watch the one video will show you how you connect to your E-Trade account, so that then you can trade from within Trade Ideas. After that, trading Holly and E-Trade is just exactly what we talked about before. You have to turn all the strategies on. Don't mix up Holly with what you said before, though. How do I trade, gap up, gap down? That's got nothing to do with the AI. AI are strategies that have been optimized every single day, and then you have to turn them on. You have to turn them all on, and then you have to go into all the long strategies and make sure that you do that edit with the account. Make sure it says. Then it'll probably say, well, it'll probably say E-Trade. Okay. I'm sure it will say E-Trade. It might say Interactive Brokers. It might say E-Trade, both of them, and you just select E-Trade. Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, man, unless you practice in the simulator first. There's a reason why most of us do not auto trade, Adam. Okay? If I thought auto trading was the answer, I'd do it. So I would practice in the simulator first. Never mind attaching yourself to your E-Trade account and trying to trade in auto fashion, unless you practice in the simulator first. All right, guys, I took myself out of that MRSN, small little loss, not doing anything. All right, guys, back on mute. All right, guys, I'm getting set to hand everything over to Chris. So let me just put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there. And Adam, you can, I mean, the computer will do it, but you practice in the simulator first. That's all I'm going to say. Practice in the simulator first. Showed you how to turn, you can load your own strategy if you want to auto trade it. You show you how you can enable the Holly strategies if you want to auto trade it. Do it in the simulator first. If you will not do it in the simulator first, I really can't help you. And let's see, the room will open tomorrow, of course, Thursday. I'm just getting my script together. Here you are, Chris. Just give me a moment as I'm closing down the other room.
You got it.
All right, guys, thanks for all the help. As usual, I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great evening, and we'll see you then. And of course, so that is the main room gone. And now you are taking over for me.
I made the swap. I think
that's I can see your screen.
And we're good to go.
All right. Well, good luck, and you know what I mean.
Pray for me.
Okay. Have a fun one. Okay, Chris. Okay, bye-bye.
All right, everybody. Happy Wednesday. We get rolling here. 3:30 session. Excuse me 1 second. Just got to tighten up some stuff with my AWS. And find my drawing tool. There we go. So, all right, we got a gap down and reverse and then stay flat for the day. Theme going on here, so that's interesting. Will, how are you? And that's it. Took one trade today, took a loss on it, SIGA. I grabbed it here. I should have closed it in here. I didn't. Came down, got stopped out here, and that was that. Watched it fall all the way down and reverse, basically right back to my entry. So, anyways, that's the way the cookie crumbles once in a while. That was really it for me on the day. Kind of bad trade management when it was wonky here, just a few cents in the money. I should have, could have, would have, didn't. That's all that I could say. I thought once we cleared yesterday's high, I thought we were set to go for at least a little bit. Thought maybe we see a shot at 13. Anyways, didn't happen. Took a small loss on it, and we move on. So that is that. I lost my mouse. Where'd you go, mouse? There we go. Found my mouse. Other than that, not an exciting trading day for me. So there's always that. If you folks have questions, fire those away for me. And just seeing if my noise canceling on the mic is going to work. Let's see, cancel noise. All right. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. How can auto trading make you Lambo money? It can't. Yes, the secret vault. Unfortunately, I don't get the keys to that till I am a 5-year employee. So anyways, that's that. I think, the entire trading world saw what PED did today. That was coming through right after it broke 4, actually, on my Bollinger Band scans, because I have a minimum of 4 on the price. Kirk, that was, beautiful move off that once it broke 4 as well. Quite a few to be had here on this again today, and another one here with Weber. It's another beautiful move off of that. And they were out there today. They were all late day moves though, and this I would say nothing really doing here. 440 to 460. Nope, not a whole lot to write home to mom about on that one. Same here. I mean, there's a break here. I mean, you can see 5-minute chart, I think, illustrates it a little better, but I think it was still tough to get it, especially with kind of a low volume stock. I mean, we call it low volume or not, I don't know. Splitting hairs, I guess 650,000 shares, and we're at just after 330. So, what else? GGPI, that's making moves right now, and some good volume in that still. So there's another one, Guggenheim. GROV is another one. So quite a few on the scan in the late day here coming through it. And actually, even these ones, well, this one, the spread it goes back and forth between the larger spread and the smaller spread, GROV. This AMSC, it actually, had a pretty good spread on it, to be honest. So you can't really complain about that. So yeah, it was a pretty tradable idea that was there. Yeah, perfect circle. I kind of had to do the same thing. I was really more mad at myself. I said, when it couldn't push through 1270 really, and I had about 20, like a real 20 seconds to think about it, and I didn't do anything with that, and then all of a sudden, boom, it was gone, and I was like, I just better, actually closed it out like 1 cent from my stop because I was afraid it was going to get rug pulled on me. And then I was going to end up with something lower than my stop because it would shoot through it. So I don't know if that would have happened or not, but all the same, it would have got my stop. And so, yes, I had to get up and walk away from the desk for a good solid 2 minutes, just breathe outside. I get mad at myself when I have poor trade management like that because I know better. Start with 3 million in the market to get that Lambo at 500K. Yeah, exactly. I mean, here's the thing, here's my thing with automation. I have 2 thoughts for having success in automation, and both of them include having solid knowledge of trading, really solid knowledge of trading. You have to have been a successful trader manually first. You have to thoroughly understand market mechanics, this software, and your broker's mechanics. Those 3 things are an absolute must to any kind of automated success. Then after those, my first school of thought is to have a symbols list that is set to a simple alert window with some reasonable risk management attached to it. And that symbols list is updated constantly based on stocks that you did research on the days coming into it that you think they may have a little room to run in the next day or 2 or whatever it is, whatever you deem the time frame is for that. So I do believe that there can be success with automation there. Now, I don't think any automation is turn it on, count the money and walk away at all. And I'm sorry that if anybody ever thinks that that's, automation and has that misconception. The second thought I have on successful automation is trending markets and finding scans that work well in trending markets with, again, some reasonable risk parameters on it. I have that breaking resistance, off highs breaking resistance scan that I mentioned a few times. I think when we get back to a solid uptrending market, that'll be something I attempt to run and try that out. In this market, never going to work. I mean, this is the scan right here, and here's the back test on it. It's not a fancy scan at all. But this thing, when I was doing the back testing, forward testing from middle of December till the end of February, it was back testing, forward testing pretty decent. And then it started to fall apart on me a bit. And we can see, it's even still come kind of undone here. The daily doesn't look totally horrific. We could eliminate some of these bigger drawdown days here. But I'll suspect that if we look back on market history, these were days where the market really didn't do so well those days in general. And, you have this whole set of days right here. Not one trade goes off. Another set of days where not a trade goes off. All right. So again, this is made for a market that's, doing a lot of this, and not this that we're seeing right now. And the same will go for the ADX scan. So as usual, I mean, nothing special about the scan, but I will share it out if anybody wants. Find it from my cloud. But there's no magic, for anybody that's, new here or just popping in for the first time, or anybody that has big hopes and hypes for automation. There's no magic in automation whatsoever. There's no shortcuts on anything in life outside if you hit a lottery ticket, which that's why it's called a lottery ticket. Off highs, breaking resistance, version 3, and share and copy and paste. So that's that. And I mean, another scan that I did a little work on, but I did this scan, or the work on this scan, while the market was rolling over back in middle of May. It, back tested okay, all things considered. Here's the back test. Initiating trades on the open, which I don't think is what I originally intended. Profit, target and stop loss, and exiting just after a few minutes. Back testing it all the way out. And this is what this looks like. And so, like I said, it back tested kind of decent for like a hot minute. And then, the market really started to get choppy. And a scan based on ADX in a choppy market is never, ever going to work. I mean, this one looks a little better than what I just showed. Here's that daily. Again, if we could clean up those 3 big down days, I mean, that makes a big difference on what our curve looks like. Anywho, let me find the cloud link for that. I'll share that out if anybody wants it. And for those that don't understand, ADX just finds trends. It doesn't care that the trend is up or down. Now, I also use a direction or market directional indicator in the scan as well for positive market direction. So I'm looking for positive market direction that is trending. Obviously, we have not had that for a very long time, all things considered. So there's that. Do all these and post that here. But those are my thoughts on automation. Do I think automation is possible? Absolutely. Do I think people can make money with automation? Absolutely. Do I think someone that has less than 2 years trading experience can do it? Absolutely not. That's just my personal opinion. And the market has proven me right time and time again. How do races work for swing traders? Subjective, what do you want to get out of it? Do you want to race on longer term filters and things like that? I would say my one thought onto it is look at things that have won a lot of races and, see if that chart looks good. PEV, could this go on a run for the next, couple days? Maybe, I don't know. Someone could certainly make the argument of this pattern and the fact that, that resistance. So could it go? Sure. Why not? Could that be a swing trade? To me, no, but someone else might see it as a swing trade, KIRK. All right. Could this go on a run, multiple day run? Again, I wouldn't bet on it, but someone else might, bottom fishing, think there could be a possible trend change with this huge volume and everything coming in. It could be a day or two run. So, you know, any scan, anything can be for swing trading. What's your swing trading criteria? What constitutes I'm interested in the stock for a swing trade is what I would counter with, was what I always counter with when someone asks for, you know, what's good for swing trading. You know, for me, I like to see things that are, you know, have been in an uptrend already, even if maybe they're flat for a moment, but look like they could continue that uptrend and have closed strong on the day in addition. That's the kind of stuff that I'm looking for in a swing trade. Others may not be looking for those same things that I'm looking for, and that's why it becomes sort of a subjective question. You know, and in this market right now, unfortunately, you know, the ideas for swing trading are going to be very, very few and far in between. You know, the saying goes, rising tide lifts all boats. So, you know, we've had 2 up days in a row. So obviously there's going to be a few stocks that are going to have, you know, a few more stocks now the last few days than recently that have an uptrend look for a day or two versus, you know, in the choppy environment we've generally been in and how they look. So that's kind of where I point to on for the swing trading. And like I said, as far as the races go, you know, I would direct someone towards, here, let me pull out a top list. Open top list. Bring this over. So, you know, my thought process also when I'm thinking about building any kind of scan for swing trading, I start to look at the longer term filters. And so you're going to, you know, have to work with the filters inside of a top list. So maybe if something swing trading wise, you know, you might want to see maybe consecutive days, maybe 2 consecutive days, hoping to catch 2 more consecutive days in a row. There's one thought process I would throw in there. You know, you might want to see something that's trading above, you know, one of these longer term VWAPs, you know, something that's, you know, got some distance between, you know, VWAP 1 or, you know, 2, 3, or 4, or 5, something like that, to see that it's, you know, continues to extend and push off of that VWAP. I would also point you towards, you know, you might want to see something that's, you know, held strong since January 1st and maybe mix that in with some other volume metrics or something else. So, you know, as far as swing trading goes, all right, well, here's, you know, scanning for stocks that are, you know, overall strong on the year or maybe just only slightly down compared to everything else that's beaten up type of thing. Your range filters, or excuse me, your position range filters, you know, maybe you want to see something that's been trending up for the last 10 days that you think might have some more room, or 20 days, 3 months, 6 months, you know, so there's a lot of different, you know, even 5 days if you want. So you've got a pretty broad range on time frames here on that position range to try to find something that's strong over that time frame. So those are the kind of things that I would point you towards, those longer term things, you know, RSI on the daily chart, you know, find stuff that's strong RSI, but maybe not overbought yet. Those are the kind of things I'd point you to on the races and build a race basically around that. Adam, yes, I can see you there. How do you add your scans to Holly when you want to trade on the trading strategy screen for Holly? So if you have your own strategy that you want to add, Adam, to this, let me close that. Let me bring over a Brokerage Plus window. All right, so this is where, you know, automation or using a strategy, for example, if you were looking at, you know, one click, you know, trade Kirk now, for example, and you have these here. This window, your Brokerage Plus window here, is where you'll do that from. And you come to strategies, and we have these predefined ones that are in here. And you could right click any one of these here, and you can go to edit trading strategy. And there's a series of tabs in here that you have to go through and configure. So to walk through these one by one, and just to show how I did that again, you know, we've got a Brokerage Plus window here. We're on the strategies tab. If you don't have a strategies tab for some reason, it should come preloaded with that. You can go to new and go strategies tab and load a new one there. And then in here, there should be a set of preloaded scans or preloaded strategies, I should say, a pre-configured strategy. So we'll start there and then we'll move on. So again, right click, edit trading strategy. All right. And then in here, we go tab by tab. So first we have to link it to the account. All right. So I'm not linked to anything right now with Brokerage Plus, but if you were connected to the simulator or E-Trade or IB and you clicked accounts and then you come to here, it would be here to load. All right. So that's the first thing you do is you link it to your account here. All right. Now, the entry time is going to be more based for automated strategies, but it may concern what you're doing. It may not concern what you're doing. That's going to be up to you and what you're looking to do with the strategy. So you're going to look at your start time and end time for the strategy. In here, again, a set of boxes that we want to check or uncheck based on what they are. Send orders for symbol at most once per day. Again, this is going to relate more to automation in this here. All right. Order details, this will be important for anything. So, how are you share sizing? Are you buying a fixed amount of shares? Are you buying X amount of dollars of the stock? Or are you basing what you buy based on a stop loss? All right. And how much you're risking. So, see how this changes right here where it says risk value right now. Watch this in that circle, how that changes based on what I'm choosing. So right now it says risk value. All right. Now it's going to say dollars, and now it's going to say shares. All right. So that's where we check there. Then are we going in at a limit order or a market order? Market order just means give me the price you're going to give me. I don't care what the price is. I don't care what the spread is. Limit says I'm only willing to go outside of the last price X amount. So -2 means you're willing to give up 2 cents to get in. Plus number means you want a better price than the last price, which, very hard to get a fill like that. So, a lot of times, it's more apt to be using a negative offset there. All right. Your risk management tab. All right. Same concepts in here. I suggest to everybody stick with dollars or percents for stop losses. The filter stuff is extremely complicated and most of it doesn't work because the broker can't calculate most of these filters. It has to obey. This is what I talk about with market mechanics. These things have to obey market mechanics. All right. So this atom is, where these items are inside the strategy and what you have to decide on how you want to set these up for, if you want a stop loss, you don't have to have one, obviously, or if you want a target, you don't have to have one, obviously, as well. And then your hold time. If you decide, you want to have a hold time saying, oh, I want my trades exited after 5 minutes or 3 minutes or 60 minutes, or, I want them exited at the market open in 2 days, so on and so forth. So these are where those items all live, Adam, as far as if you're loading a strategy, if you want to do a strategy yourself. The second one is if you've created a strategy and you've got it saved to the cloud and you want to load that in to try, okay, we right click in strategies, all right, and we would go load from cloud, all right, and this will give you a list of your strategies in here, and it's got to be an alert window that you'll load, an A window right here. And then you could load that. So for example, if I wanted to load this, I double click that. All right. And I'm going to add to existing strategies. All right. And once I've added that, now we can see that here. It's loaded here. All right. And then I'd right click, edit that trading strategy. And we'd go through that same exercise I just showed you again, to just cover it a little more briefly for you, Adam. Again, accounts, you're going to select the account that you want the strategy put on to. So, for those, just in case, I want to show, we connect Brokerage Plus with 2 places. We connect to the broker itself here. So here I'd connect to the trading simulator, connect, all right? And we can see it's connecting. And look, brokers 1 of 3, we're connected to the simulator. Next, in here on the edit trading strategy, we have to connect the account, not just the broker. And so we can see simulated trading, all right? And so now I've saved that. Now that this strategy is looking at that account to make the trades from, all right? And again, we go through what's the entry time for the strategy, what's the time that we stop the strategy from sending orders, if we want to limit how many orders it sends again. And again, back to the order details, if we're doing fixed shares, dollars, and so on and so forth. And then here's where we set up our risk management again. And our hold time again. And that's how that would be done, whether you want to, again, I would say these ones here are going to be for manual entry and exit. And this is going to be for more automated type of stuff here when you're loading from the cloud. You got to be on the strategies tab here, Adam, not the Holly tab. The Holly tab is something completely different. I can slide over to Holly now if you want. With Holly, you don't load anything. With Holly, see, so I'm on Holly now, all right? All I do is I make sure I'm connected to the broker. I right click, all right? And I would go to edit long trading instructions here, all right? And in here again, you see accounts. Right now it says none, so edit. And I'm going to select the account. I'm going to select my simulated trading account, save, all right? And then I decide, am I going at a moderate or conservative risk mode with Holly, all right? And then again, how am I taking my position? Am I buying a fixed amount of dollars worth of stocks? Am I buying a fixed amount of shares worth of stocks? Am I doing it based on Holly's stop loss? And then you got to set, how much you're risking if that's the case. Or if you're buying fixed shares, you got to pick how many shares. So again, watch. And here in the circle, it says shares right now. All right. I didn't draw that very well. I'm sorry. There. So right now it says shares. Now watch. It's going to, if I do fixed dollars, now it says dollars. So I buy $30 worth of the stock she's alerting to. Or fixed shares, I buy 30 shares. Or if I do based on stop loss, I'd be risking $30 based on the stop that she is looking at. And that's how that would work. All right. And then again, back to, are we doing a limit order or a market order? All right. And if we're doing a limit order, what are we willing to give up to get inside that? Meaning that if it's a 10-cent spread, are we willing to give up 10 cents? If it's a 3-cent spread, are we willing to give up that 3 cents? So on and so forth. So that's, the market mechanics part of this stuff for sending the order to the broker. That's really all you have to do on Holly on the long strategies. And then you would repeat exactly the same thing, right click, edit short trading instructions right here. And it would be the same thing we just did. All right. And again, we enable the account. After we've connected to the broker, we enable the account. All right. And we make that same decisions here based on stop loss, fixed dollars, fixed shares, so on and so forth, and the type of order that we're going in. And of course, moderate and conservative for the short trading instructions as well. And once that's done, all right, then we just have to go through and we can click, drag, and see how I've clicked and highlighted everything. And we can enable enable 10 selected strategies if I wanted, all right? Or we can go one by one, and you might say, I don't want to do any short strategies, so let me just enable each long one. So you can right-click each long one and enable strategy, right-click, enable strategy. And when you enable it, you'll see it'll say on now, all right? And so you set the trading instructions, and then you click them on, and that's really it. That's all you have to do for Holly. There's nothing else to load. All right, so let me know if that all makes sense there, Adam. I'm trying to wrap my head around the possibilities of the races with non-day trading setups. I've spent a little time thinking the same thing on the races for the non-day trading setups. The races just seem to be more for active trading during the day because it's moving and popping, and I can get what I want out of top lists for finding setups going into the following days for swing trading. So for me anyways, for now, that's where I lie with the races and top lists. The top lists are still my de facto. Use those for my swing trading setups and ideas that I'm marking on charts, and the races just kind of still live more actively. Do you enable the ones that show red on win percent today? Well, early in the day, they shouldn't show win percent. It should it's probably red. These are all red because, well, actually, I'm sorry. Before you enable anything, there shouldn't be any data here on win percent today because it won't have any trades. This is something most people that are looking to enable would do it before the trading day starts, before live action starts at 9:30 Eastern. So that'll just have to be kind of a discretionary decision you make, Adam, if you want to enable those or no. It's hard to say. What if, and if you try to wait later in the day, what if she fires one trade on a strategy and it's a losing trade, then the next trade she fires is a winning trade. So then she's 50-50 on it. And then the next trade's a losing trade. And then the next trade's a winning trade. And there's no way to predict these things. There's no way to know what Holly's looking at or anything like that, because the thing is, Holly's looking at the whole market overall. The only stocks Holly wouldn't be looking at is stocks that don't fit the criteria of her scans, but there's no access to her filters. Those are a black box. There's no way to look inside and see what the actual strategies are looking for. You can see the theme and the concept of the strategies on the Holly user guide. That gives you a list of what the strategies are and what they're looking for, but it doesn't give you the actual filters and settings of them. You can start Holly at 8 a.m. She just won't make any. The earliest trade Holly will ever make is at 9:35 a.m. Eastern. That's the earliest she'll get in. But you can get it all set up at 8 a.m. and enable everything and set the instructions at 8 a.m. You could do all that stuff for 8 a.m. Have it set up. And this way, when the market opens and, Holly starts to alert, you'll get those alerts right away. Or, you'll get the orders will be sent. Whether the broker fills you or not, that's entirely up to the broker. So there is that. And so sorry, just I think we have a new thing coming out here. Trying to figure out where it lives. Sorry, we got a new feature coming out for the whatchamacallits. The price alert windows. I'm trying to figure out where to locate this feature, and it's going to be so that price alerts don't go off outside of market time. Trying to understand single stock window. DQ showed volume 2.6 million, relative at 2.73. 3 lines lower volume today. Let me pull up DQ and see if I can follow here. DQ. Dairy Queen. I don't think that's really Dairy Queen, but I'm just looking. So, what this all means here, Peter, find my drawing tool. So this is, how many shares have actually traded to this moment. And that's what its relative volume as a comparison of, which I was always told it was 10 days, but apparently it's a 30-day look back, actually, the relative volume. It's actually a 30-day look back. I went over this last week that I had been very malinformed. All right, so that's what that's looking at on the relative volume. So this is basically saying that it's doing 2.77 times what it's normally done over the last 30 days on average. I'm kind of just ballparking what 30 days is right now. I have no idea, to be honest. And then I'm not sure what the 139 you're looking at is, but there's a lot of different, not everybody's going to have the same single stock window. Everybody has different data in there. So this is the way I have mine set up. So, there's no 1 minute volume in it currently. 5 minute volume is going to start to fade since the market's closed. Same with the 15-minute volume. So these will probably all go to zero in a few minutes here, as far as those volumes go. Oh, that volume today, Peter, could be volume percent today. It could be that. Duplicating the free floating window. Let me make this bigger. So, if we go to configure and we go volume, actually volume is going to be right here. So volume today percent, and I show that. Press OK. So I bet volume today, I bet that's what you're referencing right there. So it's percent of volume. So that's what it did today compared to its, it did 1.64 times what its volume is. This is a 10-day average. This one here, that filter is going to be a 10-day average. So this is just working in percents versus this is working in a ratio. That's the other difference between those. Yeah, I mean, Michael Anthony, I'm gonna stick to my guns. Energy is dead in the water to me as far as I'm concerned. And no energy stocks are coming through my scans anymore. And that's that. As a technical trader, I'm not gonna concern myself with the price of oil or anything like that. I concern myself only with charts. So REI, I suspect, yeah. I mean, that's dead. That's all there is to it. I'm not, from where it came. When stock's up, generally I like to sell them. I blew it on SIGA today, but that happens once in a while. And just to further my point, XOP gave us a middle finger candle today, and XLE gave us a middle finger candle today. So, now could it build a base from here and run itself back up again? Possibly. All right. But until it does that, I just don't have any interest in any energy stocks right now. It just doesn't make any sense for me. And what I'm looking at here is I really think, we're headed back down here on energy XLE. Like I said, the government started getting involved, and that's the end of, I don't trade things when the government gets involved. Or I tread very carefully when the government gets involved in any of that. So that's where I live with that all right now. So let me know, Peter. I think that's what you were referencing on that vol today. It was probably that volume today like this and has the cone shape on it. That would be my guess. Right, but I mean, it looks oversold, but that doesn't mean it can't keep going down. On a chart, look, this thing looked overbought here, and then it went here, and looked overbought here, and then it went here. So here's Hood. That looks oversold to me. That doesn't mean I'm running out to it though, and I get where you're getting at. It's oversold in a strong sector. I don't think energy is a strong sector anymore. I think it's the last domino to fall. That's what the charts are telling me. That's what I'm looking at on the charts. And if I'm wrong, I'll know it in a couple of days. And if I'm right, so be it. I'm not betting against oil, so it doesn't really affect me one way or the other. But relative to what I'm doing, overbought, oversold is irrelevant, really. I'm not swing trading. I'm not position trading. I'm not investing. I'm currently day trading. And, REI just has there's nothing about that chart that says, hey, trade me. I mean, look at this thing. And always remember, the market can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent. So, whatever your opinion is on something being overbought or oversold is really irrelevant to the market. Let's see. So 4:08. I have to skedaddle out of here a couple of minutes early today for an appointment. Adam, let me know if everything that I went over made sense for you. And, a lot of that's covered. Oh, actually, everything that I just went over as far as Holly is all covered in the video I shared yesterday. I'll share it again with you again. I'll share it again today here with you. Sorry, my words are failing my brain and lips right now. So again, this video goes over setting up Holly in the simulator for automation, but all the concepts apply to live trading. Just, I always tell people, please, before you put real money to work, practice in the simulator. All right. Make your mistakes for free in the simulator. I wish that I had done that when I tried some automation, a couple of years ago. I was just foolish. That's all there was to it. I won't go into the whole story, but instead of trying it in the simulator, I went right to live trading and I lost a bunch of money, and I had nobody to blame but myself. All right, Peter, just let me know, because I think that's what you were talking about. I'm pretty sure that was the column that you're talking about, the volume today percent one, Peter. I think that's where those numbers seem to line up to me on what you were referencing. If not, let me know, Peter. We can continue to plug at it. You will soon impose some kind of max prices to oil and gas. Yeah, that's exactly it. They're talking about price caps and things like that. So why would anybody invest in anything like that? The stock market is about investing. I'm not going to invest my money in anything that the government is going to start to put its hands on. It makes no sense whatsoever. So, and it's not a comment on this specific administration at all. It's just a comment on government overall. I don't care right, left, up, down, Republican, Democrat, independent, green, yellow, blue, black, orange, purple, green with purple polka dot stripes or whatever it is. Once a government says they're getting involved in something like that, you can guarantee that they're going to mess it up much worse than it already was. Hard to believe, but that's that. A trading school? No, I cannot recommend a trading school. Sorry, Ranger Dan. I think, if you want my personal opinion, I think all trading schools are a scam. That's my personal opinion, but you can take your shot at any of them. I've never did one. I am a self-taught trader. I learned everything I know about trading through the Trade Ideas community, hanging out in the traders room, going to the webinars. They didn't even have these live streams when I was first learning to trade. This didn't even exist at all. It was the 5 o'clock Eastern webinars and the traders room. And the traders room wasn't even as nice as it is now. So that's, I just wrote things down and, did research, what does an RSI mean? What does an SMA mean? And, a lot of YouTube videos and things like that. And I found when people are educating and not talking about what to buy, but, how things are used and what their definitions mean is where I got the most out of it. So that would be my recommendation to you, is that. Now there might be like real trading schools that help you come up with, a real trading plan, how you share size, why you share size based on your account size and, all your risk management stuff. There may be something like that out there, Ranger Dan. I'm not sure. I never did any research into it, so I really can't comment on any of those. But if it's for any of those personalities out there that you see, I made $10,000 today, every one of them's a scam. I will not mention names, but they're all nonsense. And that's not to say people don't make that kind of money trading. Absolutely, there are people that make huge money trading. Otherwise, there'd be no appeal to it and things like that. That's not the norm. That's the exception. I think you'll find that the large balance of successful traders are earning a very nice living without any ridiculous moves. I think a lot of them have very consistent ways that they trade, much like myself. It's not taking 20,000 shares of this $1 stock and watching it spike 30 cents and things like that. I don't think that those are practical ways of trade. Again, are there people that do that? Yes, they're few and far in between, because that is super, super, super hard stuff to do. Yeah, Michael Noss's stuff, definitely good stuff. That Getting Started series. Let me see if I can find the link to that. Or Back to Basics. I'm sorry, Back to Basics. That's what it is. I think the hardest thing with teaching anybody trading is risk management, because risk management means something different to everybody. No two people interpret risk management the same. I think that's, the biggest thing. And the one thing that cannot be taught is discipline. It absolutely cannot be taught. Okay, I found what I was looking for now. Ain't that something? So on these price alerts here, see if I can find what I'm looking for. Price alerts. So now, this is neat. So edit price alert. This will be coming out in a version for you folks soon. After hours, trigger after hours, or don't trigger after hours. So I know it's always been an annoying thing for me to have price alerts go off on late settlement prints and things like that in the after hours or the early market. And now we have the ability to kill that. We've got a switch on it here, so only the price alerts will only work during live market hours. That's pretty awesome. So, again, I'm sorry I don't have someone to recommend to you, Dan, but I just never went that route, so I have nothing to compare it to on those services. And legally, I'm not allowed to recommend anything like that anyways. I would lose my job and I would be in big trouble if I were to recommend something like that. So, the best I can say is, do some research, do some, looking on the reviews. And just remember, the rule of thumb in life is if it sounds too good to be true, it absolutely is, as far as whatever anybody's offering on these classes. Let's get rid of that. We don't need that anymore. Yes, knowing and doing are easier said than done. That was a hard lesson for me to bite. Yeah, I mean, I think all those any of those indicators are absolutely worth it, Peter. If those are what you want to use, of course. I never really got much into them. I look a little bit at RSI on a daily chart sometimes, not even always. Really, what I'm looking for is volume and trend. That's mostly what I'm looking for, and volume and trend work on all time frames. Momentum works on all time frames too, as far as MACD and things like that go. I never got into MACD. I never paid attention to it very much. What I know about it is just from my CMT studies. So that's all I have to offer as far as that goes. But I think with any indicator, my suggestion to you, Peter, or anybody else is do some research on it, see how, see if you can find some videos on it, how it's used, how people look at it. And then from there, I would start to attempt to apply it to any kind of trading strategy that you have, whether scans and trading strategy, meaning using them as signal lines for, for buy or sell signals on, the MACD crosses, or just as on your scanning itself for a little while and see how it does or doesn't work, or how it applies to the scanning. PLTR has someone on CNBC giving an upgrade to 15. Well, I would guess if someone's on CNBC giving anything, that means that they have bag holders that they need to sell their stock to. I mean, I think that's a pretty foregone conclusion. That's generally how it works. And those guys are allowed to lie about everything when they go on CNBC. So, I mean, they're literally allowed to lie about anything they want. There's no accountability. The SEC doesn't give a crap because CNBC pays so much money to them and the NYSE and the NASDAQ and whatever to do whatever nonsense they do. So I'm sure all the people that at CNBC are wonderful human beings. They have a job to do. It's entertainment. That's their job. But that's all there is to it. But it's entertainment value to me. There's literally nothing on CNBC of value as far as I'm concerned. And the fact that they let Jim Cramer do what he does, is all that I need to see. And again, Jim is probably the greatest person to have a burger and a beer with, but he's an entertainer. His hedge fund days are long since over. 2 months into trade ideas, I had to leave the trading this week because of information overload. I like community, but want to follow one person and learn. I get that, Dan. You might, I don't know anywhere that's free. Everybody charges for their thing. That's the biggest thing for me. You might find, Dan, instead of hanging in the traders room, hang on this side of the broadcast instead. There's a lot less going on, and you can more focus on what Barry's discussing and talking about on this side, on the YouTube side, because he broadcasts both sides. It's just on this side, at noon every day he gives it up, and at 3:30 I come in and take over. That would be my big suggestion to you, Dan. At least try there first, and then see where it goes. All right. So yeah, if you're looking at it like that, Peter, then I think you have your answer. I think those, I think any indicator is great. It's just, having researched it, understanding how it works, and then applying it to what you're doing with your trading, and then if it doesn't apply to your trading, obviously it becomes one of those, it's a great indicator, I'm sure, just not for me type of situation. So, all right, everybody, I do have to run. I got to cut short a couple of minutes today. I have to run for an appointment, very time sensitive. So appreciate everybody jumping in. Appreciate the back and forth. And we will do this all again on Thursday tomorrow, or Friday Junior, as I do like to call it. So, all right, everybody, thanks. I got to run. So take care. Thanks for popping in, and we'll see you tomorrow.